Good morning. Welcome to another very sunny Queen's Park Oval. And, we have a day here where anything can happen. But you have to admit, West Indies are really under the gun. And, it will be they will be in survival mode. And Pakistan, you would expect, would go all out on the attack. So good morning again, wherever you may be picking up this broadcast here. We are live at the Queen's Park Oval. And just to quickly recap for you, West Indies, as I said, they're a little bit under the gun. Before I tell you that, the temperature today just about 86 degrees, so it's very, very hot. So West Indies, just going back, they were out for 344 in their first innings. Pakistan replied with 387, meaning they had a lead of 43 runs. And West Indies went back into the second innings, trying firstly to wipe off that deficit, but also build a substantial total so that when Pakistan has to go back and bat, they would have enough runs on the board to give this game a good fight. But things didn't work out well for the West Indies. Chanderpaul, he went LBW bowl Sajid for 17. Hodge went LBW bowl. He opened with Chanderpaul because Brandon King injured himself on the field and had to come off, so he hasn't reappeared as yet. Hodge went LBW Usman. Amir Jangu came at number 3. He went bowled by Sajid for 13. Then Shea Hope went LBW Sajid 15. Jaden Seals was sent in as night watchman, but he only lasted 2 deliveries before he went LBW bowled Sajid, no score. And just with 1 delivery left in the day's play, Ruston Chase was out, caught and bowled Usman for 17. So West Indies 103 for 6. And which means with 103 for 6, the lead is just 60. So in effect, they're 60 for 6. And things are very doom and gloom here at the Queen's Park Oval. It's bright and sunny, but not for the West Indies. At 60 for 6, as I say good morning to you, Tony Gray. Justin Graves is still there. He is the main hope that he can, he's fighting a little bit of an injury. He's the main hope. While one was hoping that maybe Brandon King would be coming back out with him, but reports surfacing through Mr. Anthony Gray that Brandon King is taking no further part in the game. So it means effectively then West Indies are 60 for 7.
Yes, good morning to you, Colin Murray. Good morning to our co-commentators. And good morning to the most important people, the listeners of this commentary. Now, it's a struggle for the West Indies team. It's an uphill battle, but this is a game of glorious uncertainties.
And you're hoping today is one of those days for glorious uncertainties.
You always have to hope, Colin Murray. Nice haircut.
Thank you very much. I look good, don't I?
Well, you look good.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, thank you. You were telling me I look well. I feel, things could have really happened today. It's really a day of glorious uncertainties. Forget about the game. A day of glorious But Tony, tell me a little bit the information you got on pertaining to Brandon King.
Well, it was not detailed information, but he's out of the game completely, back spasms, and it's obviously really bad back spasms. Now, normally you could work on it overnight, and you could fight it through I wouldn't say the day's play, a session or 2, but he has it really bad. Oh,
that's such a pity because it was such a brilliant bit of fielding. He ran out Baba's and then can't take any further part in the game. So. Well, that's the unfortunate thing. But Kemar Roach has come out with Graves, and there's 1 delivery left because, as we said yesterday, with the 5th delivery, Chase went caught and bowled Usman. But here's Usman with the 1 delivery to Roach, and Roach is forward, and appeal goes up. That ball seemed to be slanting down the leg side, and there is no run. So Graves is 1. Roach not yet off the mark. He's just faced the 1 delivery, but Graves is 1 from 16 deliveries. And he is also fighting, Tony, a bit of a groin strain. So West Indies really under the gun in terms of injuries as well.
Yes, it's not easy at all. But you have to fight it through. Anything can happen in this game still. We know that if the West Indies team could muster perhaps another 60 runs, another 70 runs, maybe they can win this game. Still a lot of time, so time doesn't matter, providing that conditions stay as they are at the moment. It's really sunny and hot.
Well, it's going to be Ali. Muhammad Ali is going to start from the Brown Lara Pavilion end. He's got 8 overs, none for 28. 2 slips a gully, third man, cover mid off. A mid on, a squarish mid wicket, and a man at fine leg. Here is Ali with his first ball of the morning to Greaves, and Greaves is playing this one nicely to the right of mid on. Roach was thinking of the single, and I thought it was well timed, but not well timed enough to beat the man there at a mid on position. And I think that is, who's that out there? It could very well be Sajid Khan out there at that mid on. He did well. He got across quickly to his right and stopped that ball from eluding him. So score remains on 103 for 6 as Ali at the top of his mark. Nice conditions here. Again, want to say good morning to all our listeners wherever you may be picking up this broadcast as Ali is into Greaves, and Greaves is driving with the ball coming off the inner part of the bat and goes up back to the bowler. Tony, let's just go back a little bit. And you know me, I like to go back in time. I'm a kind of back in times man, you know. And I said it from the beginning. And you know, people will say, "Oh, it's you can say that now in hindsight." I said it from the beginning. I thought West Indies had made not a good choice winning the toss and batting, because I felt for the faster bowlers, the best time to utilize this pitch was on that first morning, or the first day in particular. Here is Ali on his way to bowl to Greaves, and Greaves is looking, an appeal going up, because he was looking to play this ball on the onside, may have just come inside the line, hit him on the pad, and there's no run. So, you know, I mean, I think it was a mistake, and probably the best days to bat on this pitch was day 3, maybe day 2, day 3. But, you know, and then the spinners coming into their own. So, again, we could look back on the selection of the West Indies team. Sorry, I'm just trying to get all out to you for you to absorb what I want to say. The other thing, too, is Kemar Roach. I know you kept on about Kemar Roach and his age. But you know the pitch here at the Queen's Park Oval will take some spin at some point in time. Wouldn't it have been a better thing to give Roach a rest? Play well, you had the 2 fast bowlers and Greaves at that point in time. Here is Ali into Greaves, and Greaves drives, but straight to the man at cover and no run. So you're going into the game with Joseph, Seals, and Greaves as your fast bowling options. And then you had Warrican, and would have been a good opportunity because you picked him to play Bishop. But they opted to go with the 4 fast bowlers and only 1 spinner. And to me, it proved to be a huge mistake because you had to use Hodge for 11 overs, and Hodge is not a top-class spin bowler. So, you know, the whole thing, Tony, when you look back on it, just didn't seem to make and now it's even worse because West Indies struggling. This is a nice drive, but straight to cover, and there's no run. Now I've absorbed everything, Tony. What's your thoughts?
Well, the first things first is that I think they made the right decision on winning the toss to bat first because this pitch gets worse. And as you see from the Pakistani spinners, they are very potent on a surface like that. They're accustomed to it. What happened is that the West Indies team didn't bat long enough. They were supposed to be looking to bat perhaps a day and a half or a day and 3/4 to seal the deal here. But they didn't, and 344 is not good enough, as we have seen.
You know, when you look back on some of the history, most of the times the team batting second wins the game. Here is a delivery that Greaves is playing out to mid-off, and there is no run. My thoughts was that by the second day, this pitch would have been good for batting. For the faster bowlers, if you wanted to utilize whatever moisture and bounce in this pitch, you had to do it on the first day. You know, and yes, I hear you. The longer this pitch you play on this pitch, you get lower bounce and various things. But if you can get your opposition out, as Pakistan did by lunchtime, first hour on the second day.
The main concern is the West Indies batting. Although it has been very good of late, batsmen have been able to score runs. But the main concern is West Indies batting against spin on the last, fourth day and fifth day.
Yeah, but if like well, I'm going to come back to that after this delivery as Usman starts a new over. 103 for 6 and Roach long forward. The ball runs off the face of the bat and goes out towards a point. Yeah, if you can get the opposition out for around 2 and that once you get it appears once you get the top 4 in the Pakistan batting, they struggle after that. Here is Usman into Roach. This beats him outside the off stump. He was prodding at it and it spun, beat the outside edge and went through to Rizwan. Yeah, so if you get your first 4 main batsmen out in Pakistan innings, and if you can do that by lunchtime after winning the toss on the first day, you're into the lower half. Here is a delivery quicker from Usman and Roach is forward, pushing it back up along on the onside. So, listen, it is what it is. I am just saying to you that, I think and I still feel it is they made a mistake by not sending the opposition in to bat, dismissing them early and then trying to bat once. And that's that and it's a pity because, it's worked out in a way that, and your point about them not making enough runs is also valid. They should have tried. I think, but he just lost patience and had a big swing.
Yeah, I describe him as the best defensive batsman.
You did?
West Indies
have I remember.
At the moment, because of his temperament, because of his good defensive technique, but playing across the line of the ball to a straight delivery that was aimed at his off stump. It's not like Kemar Roach at all. You expected him to stay out there. You have Justin Graves at the other end, who has been in terrific form. So I don't know, he's probably mentally tired. We talked about his age and the fact that he's playing in this test match just 4 days, 4 days after the last test match, and he traveled to Barbados. And I was in a program last night, Andrew Mason program, and I said so. I mean, Kemar Roach is old now. He needs more time to recuperate between test matches. And that's another selection problem that we had. I didn't agree with that at all.
Yeah, well, and you're at the Queen's Park Oval, you've brought in Bishop, but you don't play him. And it just the whole selection policy is crazy.
And the other amazing thing is that, like, Pakistan read the pitch better than the home team. Yeah, and obviously they're accustomed playing on pitches like this in Pakistan. And we were really hard on the selection or the non-selection of Abbas, who took 8 wickets in the first test match.
Well,
but it worked out quite well.
Yeah, it's a correct move. Here is Shamar Joseph. He's coming to face Usman, and he's forward, playing the ball out on the onside, just to the left of mid-wicket. So the first run of the morning, Shamar Joseph gets it. It's now 104 for 7. It's the end of the over, so he will take strike from Muhammad Ali, as the lead now is 61. So in effect, they're 104 for 8.
Yeah, I would normally say bad time because there's a lot of time in the game, but you can't bad time here because these guys are bowling very well. I think that you have to somehow try to be assertive here now and try to put pressure on the bowlers. It's not going to be easy, because these guys have been really structured and they've been able to execute different game plans against different batsmen. And it's paid off well. You think that perhaps fitness level is the problem here with West Indies batsmen?
Shouldn't be. I mean, you look at the Pakistan batsmen and Shafiq. I mean, I know he's 160, but he looked as if he could have batted another day, and one or two I went across in the Oval Pavilion, and I have this story to give you. as Ali starts a new over and is bowling to left-handed Joseph, and he's pulling a delivery, but I think it more or less came off the pad. Runs down to fine leg. Let's wait for the umpire. Yes, he signals leg by. So one more to the total, 105 now for 7. And I remember doing commentary, and I must have said on the air that this Shafiq guy, he looks so good, he looks so settled. He looks as if he's going to get 100. Of course, I was blamed by a member saying I have goat mouth. You know, goat mouth in Trinidad is when you say something, it comes true. And they said, oh, you know, the man makes 100, but he looks so assured, he looks so confident, he looks so at ease while he was batting. I mean, he's really, he is a class act. Abdullah Shafiq, sorry. As the ball from Ali to Graves, and Graves is playing it down in front of him on the offside. What is Graves' plan now? What would he do?
Well, I think that you just have to allow Shamar Joseph to express himself. I think that he has to look for every run possible, but you're not going to be able to contain Shamar Joseph's natural exuberance and the way he bats. And I think that taking him out of his comfort zone would mean that he might struggle to make runs. So allow him to express himself and just look for the singles, rotate, strike.
I want to come back to King because on his injury, Tony, because you're a man, when you know about injuries and things like that. Here is Ali into Graves, and Graves is having a swing at this. So it was outside the line of the off stump, and he was trying to hit it somewhere over mid-wicket. Didn't make contact. It was wide of the off stump. Shamar Joseph is coming down to have a word with him.
And why
That's
not,
interesting.
Colin Murray? Why not?
Yeah, I didn't say anything. Nothing is wrong with it. I just said it's interesting. But can't Brandon King, I mean, it's a back in, yes, he's got back spasms and things like that, but isn't there nothing, Tony Gray, you can take for that to ease the pain so he might be able to come out and bat for half an hour, 45 minutes? Here is Ali on his way. Think about it, Tony Gray, as Ali on his way to Graves, and this time at a lovely delivery. Pitch left him, he played at it, and the ball beat the outside edge and went through to be taken by Rizwan. That is a really, let's just have a look at it on the monitor. Beautiful ball. Made a little bit of height as well.
Yeah, when it pertains to Brandon King and that injury, I know that he's strong mentally, and he's had a lot of injuries of late. He's been unfortunate, Colin Murray. I think that he should not come out here and risk it.
But this is what I'm saying. You know, I mean, a back spasm, I don't know what you can do for it without aggravating it any further. Here is Ali into Graves, and Graves is playing this back up along the track. Ali does the fielding to his own bowling. 105 for 7. Graves remains on 1. Yeah, I mean, I'm no doctor, but you didn't know that. You thought I was, right? You thought in my spare time.
The way you're trying to analyze things like Colin Murray.
I'm just saying.
If he has not come out this morning, when we're trying to win a series, and I say we West Indies,
or at least draw this,
or draw the series
or something, yeah.
Well,
we will draw the series if it's anything.
If we lose. But the thing about it is that these guys, they have that indomitable spirit. They will fight through. But if it doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense.
Well, okay. That's why I'm asking the question. Here is Ali into Graves, and Graves is turning this delivery down to fine leg. So he picks up a single, and more importantly, it's the last ball of the over, so he will have strike. 106 for 7 at the end of it. Graves is on 2. Joseph is on 1. You know, and I understand what you're saying clearly, and obviously you don't want to put him at further risk. And if he comes out there, whatever they can do for him, would it aggravate the injury more and that type of thing? You don't want that, but that's what I'm asking the question. Is it something that can be done, that he can come out, but without getting the injury worse than it is?
I just would be not able to answer you.
Yeah,
I've gone through, and then the Larry Joseph issue comes up again.
Oh,
yeah, that has a lot of different questions to be asked and answered, because that, to me, will have a negative reverberating effect on the team in different ways.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. As here is Usman starts a new over. He's wrong the wicket, the left-arm orthodox spinner, and Graves is playing it out on the onside. towards towards Shah, who is at straightish mid-on. It went to his right, and they were able to pick up an easy single. 107 for 7. Greaves is on 3.
Yeah, you look at the run in between the wickets, he's hobbling, Justin Greaves. And you look at it, they will throw at his end. So that they plan to put more pressure on him and perhaps let him come forward with the man in front of the bat.
Well, Usman over the wicket to the left-handed Joseph. He's hit it high, down to deep backward square. He's not going to get around in time. Tumbling stop, or does it go into the boundary? I think it does go into the boundary. So Shamar Joseph, 107 for 7 or 107 for 1. He bats the same way as Usman tossed it up a little bit. He went after it. There's a man at that deep backward square leg. When you look at this leg side field for Shamar Joseph, there's a forward short leg, a man at short fine leg. There's a deep backward square, a deep mid wicket, a long on, a mid wicket, and then on the offside, just 3 men, a mid-off, cover, and slip. Here's Usman into Joseph, and that a delivery turning into the left-hander. He pushes it out in front of him, and there is no run. 111 for 7. Joseph is on 5.
Yeah, I think that he's a compulsive slog sweeper the ball. He likes to pull the ball. The strength he has is to play through the onside, not really through the offside.
Well, here is a delivery. Again, he's gone after him, and that's going to be 4 runs because it bisected the man at deep mid-wicket and a backward square leg right out. And 4 more runs to Joseph. He should have batted at number 4.
Well, this is the thing. Remember the first test match at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy?
Yes.
He made an impactful 38. I think it was 38.
That's right.
And that changed the course of the game. Remember, West Indies was, what, 93 for the loss of 7 wickets?
That's right. And he put on a partnership, I think, about 50 or thereabouts. Here's a quicker delivery from Usman, and he's playing it respectfully. Comes out on that front foot and just pushes it back up along the track. There is no run. So Shamar Joseph, at the moment, he is on 9. 115 for 7. As Usman over the wicket, the final delivery of this over, and turning into Joseph, and he's turning it backward of just maybe towards a fine leg. There is nobody there, a short fine leg, but Greaves couldn't take the run. He could, because he would have had to really sprint to the striker's end, and he opted to tell Shamar Joseph to stay put. So it's the end of the over. 115 for 7. Joseph is on 9. Greaves is on 3. The man out this morning already. Kimar Roach went in the first, the third over of the morning. He was bowled by Usman without scoring. It was then 103 for 7.
Yeah, Kimo Paul, should he have played here in this test match for Kimar Roach?
Well, the thing about it, they picked Joshua Bishop. The oval tends to spin by the 4th day, 5th day. I would have gone with 2 spinners. Now, yes, they're similar, Bishop and Warwick, and both left-arm orthodox, but you picked him. If you wanted somebody different, then you should have picked an off-spinner or something like that. Here's Ali into Greaves, and Greaves is forward, pushing it out towards cover. There's no run. So you got to go with what you use, what you have. And I would have certainly gone with Bishop. And at the time, you still had the three pacers. You had Seals, Shamar Joseph, and Greaves. So I would have then gone with Bishop and Warwick as the 2 spinners. I certainly wouldn't have gone with Kimo Paul, but you kept mentioning about Kimar Roach and his fitness levels and playing back-to-back test matches and that kind of, and it really showed because he didn't look so, how should I put it, energetic in the field. Here is Ali into Greaves, and Greaves is pushing this one out to cover, and there is no run. Score remains on 115 for 7.
We left here, both you and I left here very early yesterday, and the low video around.
Don't say very early. We did our stint,
right, so
and our stint was finished, and we left. Thank you. Go ahead.
So he said it that, especially from the northern end, it kept very low, and Shea Hope got out a ball that he should have gone forward.
That's right. That's what I was told. I was across in the pavilion this morning. I went with my good friend, our technical operator, Smitty. Smitty and myself was over there, and I was having a chat to some of the guys, and they were telling me that Hope should have been on the front foot. Here is Ali. into Graves, and he's playing this one out now. That should have been a single, but Graves would have had to sprint, and he's not going to do that. So score remains 115 for 7 as that ball went just to the left of the man at mid-on. Yeah, and they were telling me that he should have been on the front foot. Yes, it kept a little bit low, but they felt if he was on the front foot, he would have had a better chance to survive the delivery.
Yeah, against the spinners, because you've not seen any catches being taken in front of the wicket, in those silly mid-on and silly mid-off positions. So against the spinners, you have to look to come forward. The same thing with the faster bowlers, because Ali is not that quick. And you have to be looking to peep, as they say in the West Indian cricket in terms, peep forward against the faster bowlers.
Well, here's Ali. Nice sunshine here still at the Queen's Park Oval as Ali is in. And Graves has bowled him. Another poor shot. He's lost patience. He was playing right across the line. He seemed to want to hit this somewhere through mid-wicket. He must be very frustrated because he can't run quick to pick up those singles. And here he played right across the line. And is it the off stump, Tony? One of the stumps knocked completely off the ground. Actually, he got an inside edge. It went into the leg stump, knocked the leg stump out. Got a little bit of an inside edge, but really and truly, it was not the type of shot to be playing. He felt the ball was a little shorter than he anticipated, and that he felt he could have probably hit it somewhere over mid-wicket. But he goes, Graves, bowled Ali for 3. And in fairness as well, Tony, you also have to say, the West Indies, they've suffered some really bad injuries in this game. You know, when you look at Graves getting that injury while he was batting in the first innings, couldn't bowl, and then Brandon King. It's been a very unfortunate test match for the West Indies.
Yeah, that's why they call it test match cricket. It tests everything that you have to put out there, your technique, you test the mental part of the game. I think that these guys are not doing the right things. They have to understand that if they stay out there a little longer with the hot, humid conditions out there, maybe they will get more bad deliveries. Pakistan has bowled really well this morning, both Ali and Usman, keeping things tight, putting pressure on both batsmen. But Kemar Roach, Justin Graves playing across the line of the ball rather than playing straight and waiting for the bad deliveries. A lot of time in not just a day's play, but obviously tomorrow too.
You got, Tony, you have to show fight. This is test match cricket, and unfortunately I don't think poor shots this morning, both men getting out to shots that really and truly almost like, look, I'm tired now. I think Justin Graves, I was admiring, he was playing well. He was 3 from 36 deliveries or 37 deliveries. He was pushing it around. I know he was batting well, and all of a sudden he just lost patience. Here is Warrican facing his first delivery from Ali, and he's pushing it out on the offside, and there is no run.
And you could go on hindsight and talk about Shafiq's innings. It was brilliant, near perfect innings. I could only remember 2, 3 iffy shots really.
Oh,
but
he was.
I
remember having a slog sweep, and it went high there, and there was nobody at backward point.
This guy was coming forward, and he was playing with soft hands,
casual,
technique, and everything. And you wonder when you look at him not playing in recent times. This is his first test match coming back. You wonder the selection policy and
how did he not?
Pakistan does things.
Well, what I find, Tony, in this test match, Pakistan are, what is the word I'm looking for? They're showing fight. They're showing energy in this game. Here he is to Warrican. Warrican drives. He's thinking of the single. He's going to get some runs now because the man at mid-off came across to his right, couldn't stop it, and they were able to pick up 2 runs. So that's a good shot from Warrican. He played it very straight, back past the bowler. Mid-off came across. He couldn't stop it, and the man at mid-on had to give chase, and he picks up 2 runs. So he's off the mark, Warrican. 117 now for 8.
Yeah, Warrican high scores into the 40s. I think that he did that against Bangladesh. So he has the ability to play well against the subcontinent countries, both with the ball and the bat. What are you laughing at, Colin Murray?
No, I'm just laughing because, it sounds to me that you're you have a lot of hope that Warrican is going to make at least 40.
No. As a former West Indies player, I mean, looking back at times, you saw the fight from the West Indies team. We could have made a low score, not
Oh yeah.
not frequently,
Yeah.
because we had some really good batsmen, but the fast bowlers would come at the opposition, and somehow, with the
Yeah.
mentality, the psyche of positivity, they would be able to defend or win a test match.
That's true. You're very correct with that. Here is Usman into Joseph, and he's hitting this high. It goes high in there, has a swing at it. Mohammed Rizwan gets under it, and that's the end of the innings here at the Queen's Park Oval. No resistance from the West Indies, really. They were 100, they started at 103 for 6, and they've been dismissed for 117. Well, it's 117 for 9. Brandon King, unfortunately, cannot bat, so he will not be coming in. But there was Joseph having an almighty swing at the delivery from Usman. It went high in the air. Usman has picked up, 4 wickets here now. So he joins Sajid Khan, who didn't bowl this morning. Usman 4 for 39 and 117 for 9. And the innings comes to end really and truly, Tony, that a disappointing end, because they've lasted just about 30, well, not even 32. They've lasted 27 minutes this morning for the 3 wickets to be dismissed for just 14 runs. It's been a disappointing morning. And you really expected a little bit more from the West Indies. I know it's the lower half of the order, but where was the fight? Where, like Roach coming out, playing a few dot balls and then having a swing at one, getting bowled. Justin Graves there batting nicely, pushing the ball around, not scoring, but keeping his wicket intact, and then having a swing at one, getting an inside edge. And then Shamar Joseph, well, that's his style. He goes after the bowling, so that's his style. If he either connects or he gets out. But I'm just talking about this morning, the kind of fight that was not shown by the West Indies.
Yeah, and Kanisha was on the program last night, Andrew Mason and guest. And
and Kanisha?
Yeah, she was excellent.
And he doesn't invite myself on video.
Well, in fact, a caller called in and talked about you. The same caller that...
he loves me to death.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Yeah, well, Andrew Mason probably doesn't love me, so it's
why
it's
are you
okay.
saying that?
Well, he didn't invite me. He didn't invite me. That's like having a party, Tony. When you have your parties, you don't invite me. So I wonder what's going on. But it's okay. It's okay. You'll probably want me to bring the bar or something like that. Anyway, go ahead, Tony. You on the program?
Yeah, and we were talking about the fight that should be shown today, because it's cricket, and we've seen great things happen in the game. It's but you've not seen any fight at all by the West Indies batsmen out there. And you talk about Kemar Roach, who has played over 90 Test matches. He's had over 300 Test wickets. You've seen the fight over the years from him with the bat, also with the ball.
Yeah.
And with his experience there, I think it's mental tiredness. These guys are mentally tired, right? And you look at him playing across the line of the ball there. As you mentioned, Shamar Joseph, but even Justin Graves, he should have been looking to come forward, played across the line of the ball. I think it's mental tiredness. You look at Shea Hope, for example, that was a big part of the discussion last night. And that if he's given all those types of duties as captain of the white ball games, 2 formats you're talking about, as wicketkeeper, batter, batting in that number 4 position, so he doesn't have time to rest. In this scenario, he didn't have time to rest.
Yeah, because
sometimes 5,
Yeah.
and then coming here and taking up the wicket-keeping duties in this duration, a long duration in Test match cricket. So it must, as a human being, have that accumulative effect on him.
Yeah, well, it's a situation where they now have 117, so 70. Is it 74 to win? Yeah, 74 to win, and it's just a matter of if they can. It would be a miracle, I was going to say, if they could get Pakistan for under 74, because Tony, this pitch, people are going to talk about the pitch, and I need to focus on the pitch for 2 minutes with you, Tony Gray.
All right, I'm going to time you.
Yeah. You tell me, is this 117 run? There were 344 in the first innings. Pakistan got to 387. Is this 117 run pitch?
No, it's not. But I'll tell you something in a general sense. Players now, and it's not only our West Indies cricketers are concerned, but players now, they're accustomed to flat pitches. And anytime you see deviation in bounce or movement, it has a problem for them.
Mentally.
Yeah, mentally and then technically. We
Okay.
saw that at Brian Lara. To me, nothing was wrong with the pitch. It was a good test match cricket pitch. And it's the same thing here. All right, people are going to complain about it because they are going to talk about these pitches keeping low and that sort of thing. But I don't think you can blame the pitch. I just think that you have to look at more dedicated batsmen, at more discipline. Technically, they have to improve. But this is a normal pitch. On the fourth, they expect the ball to keep low.
Too much spin? Do you think? Do you think that, I mean, Pakistan, we talk about Pakistan reading the pitch properly. Usman didn't get a wicket in Brian Lara, not one. As a matter of fact, in the second innings, he didn't bowl a ball in the second innings. He comes to the Queen's Park Oval, picks up 2 for 80, and let me just check his figures here, and 4 for 39.
Well, he bowled in accordance to the conditions out there. He bowled really tightly and was flighting the ball, variation of pace, control aggression. We associate control aggression with the faster bowlers, but he bowled with control aggression. And he was smart. I like the way he structured his overs and the balls in his overs. You know, I just like the way he managed things. He planned things during the course of his spells, and he worked well with the captain too. So the idea of dropping Abbas was a big contentious issue, but it proved to be the right idea.
14 wickets the Pakistani spinners got. Does that tell a little bit of a story?
Well, it tells a story, yeah, that the pitch was offering something for the spinners, but the batsmen are not adept at playing spin.
So technically, you would say the West Indies batsmen have a problem with spin?
Well, yes, definitely so. Especially when the ball is pitched on their stumps. They can't work the ball, not like the subcontinent batsmen. And when you look at Brian Lara, to me, the best player I've ever seen against spin. He was also efficient against pace. But when you look at him, he did certain things. Obviously, reading length and line very quickly. A movement towards the ball to combat the spin and not let the ball bounce and turn. These guys, a lot of them playing off their back foot. So they allow the ball to bounce and turn, and that's where they run into trouble. On this pitch, you're supposed to be looking to come forward. As I said, nobody was caught in front of the bat, so they weren't reading the game. And biomechanically, if you're not accustomed to going forward, like Gordon Greenidge, like Desmond Haynes, they used to go long forward, even against the faster bowlers.
Against you?
Well, I won't comment on
Don't let them go forward to you. You
Don't-
shouldn't have
don't-
you shouldn't have let them go forward to you at all, Tony
The
Gray.
other thing too is that you don't
Bowl a beamer.
wide to them. You don't bowl wide
Oh,
to
that's
them.
for sure.
Gordon Greenidge,
That's for sure. Remember him getting up on that one leg and just whipping it through the square leg?
Yeah,
He was a fantastic player, wasn't
But
he?
if you look at his career too, and his when he was younger, he went to England very early.
Yes. He was with Hampshire, wasn't
Hampshire.
he? Yeah.
He
He opened it with Barry
Barry
Richards as
yeah.
at one point they were saying this is the best opening
Yeah.
combination in the world
So he had the best of both worlds, playing cricket in the West Indies
and in England.
and coming back and playing against, practicing against Joel Gannon and playing against Andy Roberts and these guys.
No, that's a very interesting point.
Thank you.
How important, Tony, was that, you think, for, I mean, you talked about those guys, right? Andy Roberts, Mikey Holden, and but they would have played such an important role for the West Indies batsmen in those days, because you couldn't get better bowlers than that to fine-tune your skills.
Yeah, to make the transition to
Yeah.
Test match cricket, I've often spoken about that. If you're facing Sir Andy Roberts and Michael Holden and these guys, and then you have to face Jeff Thompson and Perth
Yeah,
and
and
Dennis
Lilly.
Lilly, it becomes easier.
A little easier,
obviously.
yeah.
But you talk about spinners, for example. Although the spinners were not prominent in those years of dominance, but they played a essential role. coming from Trinidad, primarily from Trinidad and Guyana.
That's right.
So Vivian Richards and these guys were very good at efficient against spin.
Yeah, well, you remember the great Lance Gibbs, 309 test wickets. I mean, he was absolutely
Still doing
brilliant.
well. I saw him in an interview. Still
Yeah,
sharp.
yeah,
He's sharp.
yeah.
He's in his 90s.
He's in his 90s. Yeah, he's really and also, you know, a guy. I hope he's listening. Cammy Smith. Yeah, he's also into his 90s. Cammy Smith
Always
was
jovial.
Yeah, Cammy Smith actually, Tony, was the manager. First time I met him, I didn't know the man. I knew of him, but I didn't know him. Was when
Barbadian born.
Yeah, West Indies. When I was captain the West Indies youth team in the under-19 team, he was the manager. What a fine man! I mean, Tony, I didn't know him, but what a fine man! He was a real gentleman and knew the game and knew what he wanted and excellent. And some of these guys, you know, it's a pity that some of the younger players don't mingle and I don't know, maybe they do, but you know, it's such, they get so much knowledge when you can meet some of these older players and just chat with them. But Tony, we on a little too long here because Vidya is standing by, and Kanisha, your favorite person, I think she's more your favorite person than I am, which is so hurtful because you only met her the other day. You know me years now.
Yeah, but
I'm so you know, I'm hurt by that.
Kanisha Isaac, I describe her as you know, I want her to be my daughter.
You see how she's dressed today? Isn't she dressed dapper?
Yeah.
She's really dressed as if she's going out somewhere. And when I tell you, she looks absolutely lovely, doesn't she?
She's blushing, Colin Murray.
Well,
somebody blushing, that doesn't happen too often.
Vidya and Kanisha is going to come on because the umpires are out, and it's going to be interesting. Vidya, how many wickets will West Indies get?
Yeah, it's still hot and humid here, so looking at the mindset of the West Indians coming out, obviously they would not be too happy with their performance with the bat, but they have to keep it professional in my opinion here, especially the young players. The senior players have to show the example there and keep it professional. Try to get some wickets early, Vidya. Ramphal, how are you? Man with the golden voice.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
It's going to be very, very difficult for the West Indies, and bowled out for 179. Well, 179 for 9 technically, with Brandon King not batting today. Pakistan will chase down 75 for victory here. So that is it. What a match this has been, one that has turned this way and that. Yesterday we had 3 or 4 ebbs in the match, and we'll hear more from Kanisha in just a bit, who's settling in beside me. So the West Indies are on the field, and you would expect there will be one substitute fielder. It most likely will be Kimo Paul. He has been doing the 12-man duties, and good time to say hello, good morning to Kanisha Isaac. You've gone AWOL for the last 2 days. Where have you been?
Good morning, Vidya. Listen, I'm speechless. Last time I left here, the scores were not looking, you know, this torrid, but at this point in time, West Indies really hasn't given the fans a lot to rally around, and it's going to be tough going, but I think that we do have the skills and the ability to take a few wickets and disrupt Pakistan. Ultimately, when it's going to mean that Pakistan certainly has to throw it away from here.
Yeah, certainly it is Pakistan's game to lose at this point, and the 2 Pakistani openers, always Azan is out there, as well as Imam ul Haq. So we'll stick with Azan and Imam for their names. There's also Awais Zafar. So we'll stick to Azan at the moment here. The left-hander, dapper young left-hander from Pakistan. Kibar Roach is going to be bowling the first ball from the southern end. Very bright sunshine in the morning. But a gloomy day for West Indies cricket as Roach forward to the first delivery. Azan plays it out square the wicket, fielded by Kimo Paul. There's no run. There's 2 slips in place, or slip in a gully in place. There's the backward point, cover point, mid-on, mid-off, and a mid-wicket. And there is also a player at just about square the wicket on the offside, on the boundary. So Roach is going to continue here. And I know you've been looking at the game, Kanisha, and after this ball from Roach, talk us through your emotions as you look at this. Next delivery, Azan is powered to it, and there's no run. Certainly, when you look, West Indies 344, Pakistan 387, and Windies 117 for 9.
What I can say is, when we looked at the decision at the beginning, on day one of this test match, we questioned vociferously Pakistan's think tank and what they were thinking to drop the man who took 8 wickets within the test match, Mohammad Abbas. And that was a big talking point. You know, we harped on it quite a lot. But day 4, we're seeing some of that fruits of their decision.
Certainly is, as Roach round the wicket to Azan, plays it off the back foot down to mid-off. There's no run. And if there's anything to be learnt here, if you're just joining us, Pakistan's chasing 75 for victory here. And West Indies 344 in their first innings. Graves 73, Chase 75, Sajid Khan 4 for 85. Pakistan replying with 387. Shafiq a monumental 160. Baba getting 88, and Warrican superb figures of 6 for 112. First ball has the first run for Pakistan. That's sliding off the bat past Gully down to that wide third man position where Shamar Joseph is fielding, and there is a couple, just one run there. Imam is on strike, and the fact that Joseph is down there means that he's going to be opening from this end.
Good choice. I was thinking Roach would not have been the other opener. So I see one of two decisions. I really thought they would open with Seals and Shamar Joseph, just to give that extra bit of pace and zip. I don't think Roach has started on song in the entire test match. A bit of fatigue. Maybe should have been one of the persons considered to be replaced, given the conditions that we were expecting in Queen's Park Oval.
It's definitely been off color. He's into ball to the left-handed Imam, forward to it, and there's no run. Yeah, so that certainly would have been, and Tony also talked about that. You know, he's 38 now. He's been a warrior for the West Indies, but even warriors, you know, coming to on the back 9 of his career, he's looking a little bit jaded for this one.
Back 9, 9 iron, something with the number 9 video. I certainly know that it's your favorite. I think for the betting folks, the mark for today is 9.
Here is Roach on the wicket. Imam, high backlift, and this one he's clipping behind square. He will get 2 as Jayden Seals runs across to make the stop. And it looks like the West Indies will be going with pace. Jayden Seals are fielding on the inner part of the circle as the first over comes to an end. Pakistan are 3 without loss after 1. They're searching for 75 for victory. And for fans just joining us, well, the West Indies resumed earlier today, and the wickets just tumbled, absolutely tumbled. 103 for 6 overnight. First one to go was Roach, an awful shot to his man. He was bowled without scoring. Shamar Joseph, well, he was the last one to go before that. It was Graves, bowled by Ali, one that he tried to pull. It just sort of stayed very, very low. He was bowled for 3. Shamar Joseph going for a big shot, caught by Rizwan, bowled Uzman for 9. West Indies 117 for 9, and it's not going to be Shamar Joseph unless he's bowling left-arm spin. It is Warrican, and that's not a bad decision at all. That's the man who took 6 wickets, and remember, he's in a hat-trick. He had 3 wickets in 4 balls in the last innings, and he ended the innings with 2 wickets in a row. So he is on a hat-trick over the innings here. So let's see how this goes. I'm not sure if Awais is aware of this, but a little bit of pressure on him.
Well, I was not aware of it, so thank you very much for that piece of information. It's very interesting. Now I understand the field setting. Now I understand the placement. And I think that Jamal Warrican is in a prime position to start this the spiral for Pakistan if he can get that wicket here.
Yeah, let's see how he does. Here he is into Awais, and he's flicked that off. The hat-trick has been averted. It has happened before. West Indies, Courtney Walsh actually had a hat-trick like this, spread over 2 innings. And we've seen it a couple times here, but not on this occasion, as here is the next delivery, which is worked on the onside down to Chandapal, who is on the long on boundary, just going to be 1. And there's, you know, fans would certainly be disappointed, West Indies fans especially. Pakistan fans would be very happy, of course. Very disappointed with what we've seen. The 3 wickets going down for just 14 runs this morning.
When you say West Indies fans would be disappointed, I can tell you I was invited to a radio show by Andrew Mason in Barbados, Voice of Barbados, and the fans calling in were livid. They were,
I
criticizing the
can
West
imagine.
Indies team for their performance, describing that it's consistent West Indian behavior. They give you something to cheer about, and then they give you something to cuss about.
Warrican to Ulhack, and he plays that one down behind square on the leg side. Django's after it. They cross for 1. So Iman moves on to 3. Azan is on 2, 6 without loss, and Pakistan, no alarms at all here. Yeah, so the fans were livid.
They were certainly livid. But, added good context in terms of the mental game, some skill set, some technical deficiencies. So I think that, that was an excellent piece of analysis from all of the fans.
Yeah, certainly here's Warrican bowling to Azan. Shorter of the two batters, just smothering it on the onside. And there's no run. And the technique of just getting the bat over it and sort of just forcing the ball into the ground to keep it away from Django and his prying hands just in front of the batter. Excellent technique shown by these two so far. Here is Warrican. Azan forward to it, plays it back to the bowler. There's no run. And yeah, and the fans have every right to be. I mean, they have, especially the older fans, have seen the West Indies in their glory days, and to see, the performances now certainly would be a lot of dismay. This one's flicked away on the onside. Joseph comes off the boundary to field. Just 1 for Azan. He's up to 3. Imam is 3, and 7 without loss Pakistan.
I'm glad that you mentioned the olden days, because the energy, the fight, the belief, low scores. I mean, I happen to see some of the videos on YouTube, but the likes of Sir Kirtley would be in your face, vociferously. We don't have that energy here.
Yes, Warrican. Forward to it is Imam, and there's no run. And that's the end of the over. 2 overs in the books. First one from Warrican, none for 4, 3 for Azan and 3 for Imam. Absolutely no pressure on the Pakistanis at this point, and the West Indies will have to do very, very well to create any sort of pressure. Dot balls are certainly the building blocks of wickets, but they're going to have to do something significant to make inroads into this Pakistan innings.
If Pakistan succumb to a few dot balls, even 10 overs of dot balls, 20 overs of dot balls, when there's a whole day to play to get 68 runs, I would say fire the management board, fire the players, everybody has to go, because that would be craziness to me. But 68 runs to win, there's absolutely no pressure.
Yes, Roach on the wicket, and Azan is playing the square of the wicket. Shamar Joseph is there. There is just 1 run. Yeah, well, actually, there was a fair amount of negativity surrounding the Pakistan fans last night, despite the fact that it was looking very rosy for them. I was reading a few comments on the score, and one fan was saying, well, I guess the West Indies are going to put on a 100 partnership now and we'll lose. Another fan said, well, Shamar Joseph is going to create a world record score and we're going to lose. And those are some of the comments I was reading. Well, they might be happy that has not happened. Here's Roach, forward to it is Imam, playing it square of the wicket, picked up, and there's no run. Yeah, so those the negativity around the Pakistan team, because they also, you just feel that there's a collapse lurking somewhere in their batting order.
Always, and that's I'll say it is hoping for the best, but expecting the worst. So they are they know what Pakistan is capable of. They know the disappointments as to West Indies fans. So they're making sure that they make those statements early.
Well, for West Indies, it's Roach in to Imam, and he's clipping that off his hips, and that's going to run away. Close to the boundary here. The field is after it, but Warrican, who ran the curve fairly well, was not able to pull it in. And that's the first boundary for Pakistan. 7 is Imam, and the Pakistanis need 63 for victory.
Just train in line and length, making it very easy for the batsman to score through the mid-wicket boundary. And I think at this point in time, Kemar Roach, this is not what you need. You have to ensure that every single run, they feel like if the field is very packed. Right about now, it's free scoring. Singles are scoring, first boundary, thereabout. Pakistan is 12, has already eaten away at the deficit.
Little energy out there at the moment. Here's Roach trying to change that. An on drive from more like a check drive on the onside from Imam. It's fielded, there's no run. And you might be wondering what is the lowest score here that has been successfully defended at the Queen's Park Oval. It was actually 127 by the West Indies versus Pakistan in 1993. So that doesn't help. The lowest scores here in losses in England 1994, 51, the West Indies 1999, we won't talk about that. 63, Zimbabwe in 2000 as Roach is in again. On driven, beating Roach but not the fielder, picked up by Chase. And then Australia bowled out for 90, 1978. So those are the lowest score. All of those were losses.
Were losses. And West Indies set a target of 75. So it does not bode well if you're a fan for the team. It doesn't, the odds are not in a West Indians fans' favor.
Yeah, the statistical context doesn't help, does it, to make you feel a little bit more cheery. We're just getting a view of the Pakistan dressing room, and all smiles in the Derek Murray Players Gallery. This one's cut away by Imam. There could be a couple of runs for him here. Jamal Joseph after it, the ball glinting in the sunshine as it rolls down to him, and Imam has crossed for 2. The two left-handers have already put on 15, 9 for Imam. He's looking fairly comfortable. He actually averages 3.5 in second innings. His first innings is over 40. He's quite good, but his second innings, he's averaged 3.5. He's not a second innings guy, and in general, the Pakistan team tend to do poorly in the second innings of test matches, at least in this World Test Championship cycle. Down the leg side, just past the leg stump, well taken by Hope. And there is no run, no call over wide, and that is the end of the over. 15 without loss after 3.
And Vidya, that point you made is precisely why West Indies winning the toss and deciding to bat first was the right decision, but it did not capitalize on what batting first should have meant. You should have been batting at least a day and a half, 2 days, putting up a big score, 5-something, 600 thereabout, and then bowling Pakistan out so that you can have them enforce the follow-on and ensure that you bowl them out a second time to win by an innings and, you know, maybe about 10 runs. But as it speaks right now, the context of this game, Pakistan needs simply 60 runs to win.
Yeah, Pakistan certainly in their fourth innings, they average 19.90 per wicket in their fourth innings. Multiply that by 10, and they should do this comfortably. They might lose a few wickets, but they can do that comfortably. But several of their batters are not great in the second innings. Babar Azam, however, is the opposite. He actually averages 40 in second innings, so he's quite good. Awais now turning this on the onside, straight to the fielder. There's no run, and with Warrican turning it across the left-handed Awais, you would expect that part of the field to be well defended. Outside of that bat pad in place, there's a very short mid-on. There is a mid-wicket in place and a backward square leg. Awais forward to this one, and there's no run again. A net of fielders there for a errant shot.
Oh, definitely. But a left-hander, 2 left-handers are in the middle, and a left-hand bowler on, because that's the only spinner we have available as it stands right now.
And here is the next delivery. Ooh, a false shot from him, taking the outer portion of the bat, but not traveling down the pitch to Warrican off the bat of Awais. Good delivery from Joel Warrican. Didn't react to it at all. Here he is in to bowl now to Awais again. Forward to it on the onside this time, and there's no run. And if Warrican is the danger, they're showing him real respect after taking those 6 wickets, and they're just picking off the runs of the seamers.
Yeah, I think that is the right approach for the Pakistani team to ensure that they do not succumb to their usual second inning woes and demeanors. So I think that this is the right approach. Respect to Warrican. The ball will get old. I don't even know if the ball will get old in this test. in this inning.
There may not be time for that to happen, as a Warrican 65 on his back in bowling to Awais. That's played out towards that mid-on position. There's no run, and the overs come to an end. Maiden over for Warrican, and 4 overs gone. Pakistan already 15 without loss. The majority of the runs, 11 of them have come from the seamers, so it does suggest what we're saying, that they're going to pick it off the seamers and well, respect Warrican. And you wonder about the argument from earlier today. Tony and Colin were talking about maybe there should have been Bishop in as a second spinner.
I would agree with that, and he would come in for the likes of Roach. Now, I remember previously when I said Jamal Warrican, I would have been the one I sacrificed for Bishop. It was on the premise that, he did not perform admirably in the first test, but conditions didn't suit him. However, in hindsight, you can say Kimar Roach, given his performance, would have been the man on the chopping block, just off of fatigue, um, fitness, mental fatigue, I would add.
Seals has replaced Roach at the southern end. His first delivery is pitching wide and going even further away. Hope took that in front of Grays and that first position. There's no run. Seals in the first innings, he bowled 19 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 55. Some of his spells were a little bit ordinary, but he was actually good in a couple of those. You could see the effects of the test being so close to each other on some of these bowlers.
And they had an additional day off. I think fitness regimen of all players comes into question because you have to take that personal responsibility. We know Shea Hope is a man who is a modicum of success, and he knows exactly. He's the epitome of fitness within this team. So personal responsibility to get yourself ready.
Sales round the wicket again, bowling to the left-handed Imam, beating him outside the off stump. Very good delivery. That one touching down and just beating the outside edge taken by Hope. Now, if there's anything to be learned from the Pakistan bowling attack against the West Indies, bowling them out, well, 117 for 9, King not batting. There were 4 LBW decisions that went their way, 3 bowled and 2 caught. And of those 2 caught, one of them was a wicket-to-wicket delivery. So just target the stumps.
Target the stumps. That is what you need to do. So I like the idea of Seals bowling to the openers, but wicket to wicket out.
Edged it and caught at first slip. And just as we suggested, just outside the off stump, and Imam's poor run in the second innings continues. He is caught by Graves at first slip for 9. An opening for the West Indies, or is it too little too late? Kanisha Isaac.
Certainly an opening for the West Indies. Jaden Seals has done the West Indies proud right about now, given them something to cheer about, brought about some energy within the field because it was a bit lacking. So I appreciate that he was able to take the wicket. We see him doing the floss, dancing on the field, bringing some life. Hopefully, this is the start of something new. With just 60 runs to go, they need a couple more wickets within the next few overs to make this a very, very interesting game for Pakistan.
Well, I didn't say, we were talking about it off the air, I did say that Pakistan would not come out unscathed of this experience, and the loss of Imam ul Haq very early here will that put a few shivers down the spines of the Pakistan dressing room? Will a couple of those smiles that we saw a few minutes ago start to disappear, or the first germs of uncertainty start to creep around the dressing room?
Would the comments of the fans come to fruition? That is the next thing. It did. would Pakistan disappoint their fans? I think definitely not. With the man who is coming in, Shafiq, he has not been dismissed in the first innings. So West Indies did not have the answer for him previously. They were unable to dislodge him. So it really, I think, comes down to him. And if he bats quarter away of the percentage that he batted in the first innings, I think it's curtains.
Yeah, he certainly is one of the wickets that the West Indies will need to take. And well, his batting, certainly 160, is I believe it's the 4th highest score by a Pakistan batter in the West Indies. It's the highest by any Pakistan player in the West Indies since Majid Khan's 167 at Georgetown in 1977. Now, I'm sure Tony and Colin would have seen Majestic Majid, as he was called by the press. Outstanding batsman for Pakistan during the days. And I'm sure Tony would have seen him. I'm not sure if he bowled anything at him. He was maybe a bit too young at that time. Are you trying to say that Colin is making a comment? Are you trying to say Tony is the Methuselah of the commentary booth? So, 15 for 1. Abdullah is in, and that certainly is a great stat about his performance. And I'll give you the scores that have come higher than that. Here's the right-hander facing up to Seals, allows that to go true. And only Majid Khan, of course, 167. Wazir Muhammad, 189, right here at the Queen's Park Oval in 1958. And the granddaddy of them all. Hanif Mohammed, that's Wazir's brother, he scored 337 at Bridgetown in 1958. Batted for 3 days in that test match.
Wow. I'm shell
Staggering.
shocked.
It
It is staggering.
It is. Here is Seals now pulling to Abdullah again. Allows that to go through. One that's lifting and moving in towards his body and taken by Hope. There was a nice story coming out of Barbados. I'm not sure how true it is, but there was a story. There was a youngster who was watching Hanif bat on the first day. He was watching from a tree, so he fell out of the tree, got injured. They took him to the hospital. 2 days later, he was released, came back to the ground, and Hanif was still batting. And he was wondering if this was the second innings. But it was, in fact, the same innings for Pakistan.
Wow, that is fantastic. I wonder who in modern day we can liken to Hanif, you said is his name? Who can we liken to Hanif?
Mohammed here Seals now to bowl to Shafiq, who is guiding that through the gap to the right of Gully, down to third man, and there's just one. So he's off the mark, 161 runs in the innings so far. Yeah, that was a phenomenal innings by Hanif. The overs come to an end. 5 overs gone. Pakistan need 59. They're 16 for 1.
Good replacement for Jaden Seals to come into the attack very early, I should say, as he has gotten the breakthrough for the West Indies team and given the team an insight into possibly causing some disruptions within the Pakistanis camp. And I think that it is important to note, when you are in a culture of losing and in a mindset of losing, it is very difficult to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. So let's hope Pakistan, if you're a Pakistani fan, let's hope that that doesn't happen. But if you're a West Indies fan, you're going to celebrate every single wicket and every dot ball that comes your way.
A lot of changes in the field here as the right-handed Shafiq is back in. Now, Chase has a habit when he's setting the field, he wants to get the angles right. So he stands in front of the stumps, maybe just giving the batsman a little polite shove out of the way. Slip in place, backward point, deep cover, short extra. There's an extra cover in place and a short mid-on, more like a short extra cover, and a long off in place on the onside. Just 3 on the leg side. Mid-on is Chase himself, bat pad, and a backward square leg on the boundary. First the ball from Warrican. Forward to it is Shafiq, and there's no run. Yeah, Shafiq. And to think that Shafiq has been out of the Pakistan team for almost a year, and was only in the he was only brought in because he was in the Caribbean. He's coming down the track, plays it back to Warrican. There's no run. He happened to be in the Caribbean playing in the Global Super League. It was really more economy than anything else. They just decided to bring him in, and he's turned up at 160. Boy, the stars have really aligned for him here. Next delivery, he's forward to it, and there's no run. And yes,
I'll tell you what, the stars have aligned for quite a lot of things. We saw the 90-odd. We were wondering, well, why is it taking so long to dislodge the batsman? 90 on Sir Gary Sober's birthday. You know, I think stars are aligning a lot in this test series.
yeah, it certainly has been a test series that has provided great excitement. Next one played out towards that short extra cover position. There's no run, picked up by Hodge. Warrican has it in his hands once again, and he is round the wicket. Just a quiet run-up, just really barely breaks into a run. Next delivery is defended out to cover. There's no run. And Shafiq has really turned out to be a great, the man with a great appetite for runs for Pakistan. Out of their last 4 scores, over 150, he has 3 of them.
So it begs the question, why was he omitted from the squad?
The next delivery is driven back to Warrican, and there's no run. It was a lean run. He was averaging something like 24 in 9 tests, and that's why he lost his place. But, well, he's bought some purchase here. He's going to be in there for a while. 6 overs gone, 16 for 1.
Definitely. When you're hungry to play for country, you tend to utilize those omission from squads and being dropped as your motivation and your fuel to funnel your way back into the system. And I think that it's very good that you mentioned he was playing cricket around and they called him up, because at the end of the day, you have to continuously keep playing cricket to stay sharp. If you are not actively competing in leagues and tournaments, your technique and so may fall away. And nets is not the same as active competition where your wicket has more value. So I think that credit to Abdullah Shafiq, and stars aligning for you. Take a bow, young man.
Yes, it certainly has. He's at the non-striker's end, just considering his good fortune at the moment. And it's Azan, who is on 4. Had a good innings in the first, got 55. Seals into him. Oh, that's beating him outside the off stump. One just homing in, and a good bounce there, just going past the edge of the bat and taken by Hope.
Pitch on that good length, back of a length, and just rising very, very close. It was millimeters away from an outside edge. West Indies would have appreciated had that taken an edge.
Yeah, that delivery was as sharp as Collins' haircut. Did you see the Collins' new haircut?
I had to look at him. Sharp, fine, and dandy.
Yes, Seals into Owais, and he's playing on the onside. Not going to get single this time. The Barbers, he gets his haircut for free. Nobody takes money from Colin Murray at all.
I'll tell you what, the fans that I told you about in Barbados were lauding his commentary. They said, Colin makes you feel like you're sitting there. He's excitable. They want him on the program. I don't know if he will go on.
Well, he was just complaining about why he's not on the program. So that's good news for Colin. And we know the Barbadian people very, very passionate about their cricket, just like across the Caribbean. Here's Seals now, driven away by a ways, but there's Roach at extra cover, there's no run. And certainly there was a lot of gloom last night. There was actually a program coming out of Ghana hosted by Sean Devers, and one of the questions he was asking was, will there be enough rain to affect the test match? Of course, the answer, it would have to be rain of biblical proportions, the type of rain where you herd two animals of the same species in a boat. That's the kind of rain that would really wash out this test match. 16 for 1 is Seals, and that's a lovely shot square of the wicket. This could go for 4, but the fieldsman is quickly around to it. Oh, it's Shamar Joseph. Oh, look at that return right beside the stumps, and he took that on the full run. That's a double there for Azan. He's up to 6.
Live wire with the ball, live wire with the bat, and even in the field. And that is the kind of energy that you need reverberating throughout your entire team if you are to make any difference. I mean, Pakistan currently need 57 runs to win the second test match and draw the series. And West Indies look a little bit flat.
Yeah, they do at this point, and that may have something to do with setting Pakistan 75 to win. Here is the next delivery from Seals. And Azan playing that back to the bowler, and there's no run. Just one ball remaining. And we were talking about the highest scores. I know that Colin and Tony would have seen Majid in action. Not sure if they saw Hanif. Those two young whippersnappers, I don't think they saw Hanif at all.
I certainly didn't see him. The first I've heard of him is today, thanks to you, and I'm always appreciative of that.
Well, Seals back at the top of his mark, and I understand Colin is going to come off his long run shortly, so brace yourself, Kanisha. You're in his good books, by the way. Here's Seals coming round the wicket to Azan, and playing the square of the wicket down to Shamar Joseph once again. Just a 1. The 7th over has ended. Pakistan 19 for 1. They need 56. Azan is 7 and Abdullah 1. After some more comments from Kanisha, it's going to be Colin and Tony.
West Indies certainly don't have a lot to smile about if you're a West Indies fan, with Pakistan requiring just a further 53 runs for victory. It is difficult going. Pakistan sit at 19 for 1, 7 overs completed. Jaden Seals, he's bowled wonderfully, and now I'm joined by the man, the voice, the legend that persons love to hear throughout the region.
I just looking at you in amazement. You look absolutely, you are dressed immaculately. You must try to help Tony a little bit with his. When I say help him, you must, if you see him come, you're like the jeans not fitting well and his shirt hanging down. You must, if you can help him, say, Tony, you must get a better shirt than that, that type
I'll
of
try.
thing. Try, I beg you. Here is Warrican is going to start a new over and is bowling to the left-handed Azan, and he's forward, pushing it back up along the track. There is no run. 19 for 1 Pakistan. Remember, the target is just 75 runs. West Indies really didn't offer any resistance this morning, and they went from 103 for 6 to 117 all out. Brandon King didn't bat unfortunately for the West Indies, as Warrican is into Azan and he's pushing it out on the onside towards mid-wicket. There's no run. Hello, Tony Gray. 75 to win. Pressure,
Yeah.
pressure, pressure.
Pressure
For the
on
West
who?
Indies.
On the West Indies, yeah.
Yeah.
Of
There's
course.
no pressure on Pakistan. Here is Warrican. And he's forward is Azan, this time going out to that man at that short, almost a short mid-on, I would say. And there is no run. Tony, this video Ramphal fella. Tony, I'm getting concerned.
But you're going
about
after
him.
me.
No, I'm not after you. I'm trying to help you. I told Kanisha to help you. How am I going after you? Here is delivery that is being played out to mid-wicket. There's no run, but I'm getting concerned about this video Ramphal guy.
Why?
Tony, did you hear what you were saying in here about my haircut and I get it free? Now the difference with him, you look at him, he doesn't need a haircut. There is a ball played out to mid-wicket. There's no run. There's nothing to cut, Tony. Very, very little. There's a grain here and a grain there. So he's the one who probably get a free haircut. Here is, but could you believe it? Here is a delivery pushed out to a shortish mid-on. There's no run. The over comes to an end. A maiden over from Warrican. A good over. He's bowled 4 overs, none for 4. He's bowled well today again, Tony. Good line, good length. Getting a little bit of turn. I think the right amount of turn. But at 19 for 1, Pakistan, you're just hoping that West Indies would make it difficult for them to get the 75.
Well, I think that they have to keep things professional. Yeah, it's important that you develop habits and develop those habits further and further. So obviously, Pakistan is going to win this game, and you want the bowlers to be professional. Jaden Seals bowled very well. You got that outside edge, and you got that 1 wicket. So personal performances are important.
Yeah, it says, well, Jaden Seals, I think he's bowled well in this test match, Tony. Maybe a little unlucky not to pick up an extra wicket or so.
Yeah, he's worked very hard.
Yes, thank you. Here's a delivery that is being driven. I thought it came off more the inner part of the bat, but goes past Shamar Joseph at mid-wicket. He gives chase and they pick up 2 runs. So the total goes up to 21 now for 1. And Shafiq goes to 3.
The other thing with Jaden Seals, obviously, he's a very young man still. Just started his career. He's had, below 30 test matches. And he's 24 years old. You talk about him in this situation. He would be a little jaded too because of that first test match.
Yeah.
So it's not that because he's 24, he would not be jaded.
Here is Seals outside the off stump, and Shafiq is allowing it to go through to be taken by the keeper. Score remains 21 for 1. And again, Vidya kept talking about the old days. I don't know what old days he's talking about. But let's go back to the old days, as Vidya is saying. When they used to play back-to-back test matches, Tony, and, guys would play, you start a test match on a Friday, Saturday, Sunday. There might have been a rest day on a Monday, and then you finish on a Wednesday. But the next week, the same thing was happening. You start another test match. So, here is Seals into Shafiq, and he's guiding it down to third man, and they go through for a single. So 22 for 1, Shafiq goes to 4. But you never heard about players and the fast bowlers say, well, I need a rest. I'm not going to play that test match. Alzari Joseph is a point in question. There's a statement coming out from Cricket West Indies that he's not playing for personal reasons. Then Darren Sammy said something different, and Alzari Joseph took offense to it. But, nowadays, a lot of the players, they're playing all the formats.
Yeah, and then they have franchise cricket, remember, that to play. So it's a lot of cricket about. But years ago, you used to have different fitness levels. This is more intentional, the way they train. But remember, Sandy Robertson, these guys used to bowl a lot of overs, not just for the West Indies team, but county cricket too.
Here is Seals into Azan, and he's opening the face of the bat, guides it down to third man. Shamar Joseph is there, so he attacks the ball, and they pick up just a single. 1 more to the total. That goes up to 23 for 1. Azan is on 8.
Yeah, Larry Joseph's situation coming back from that lower stress back injury, He's had it before, you know. I've worked with him coming back from that, and it's a serious thing. You had to be having a team around him to, you know, discuss things about how best to manage him. That's the important thing. And it's a fast bowler, and he's bowl 145 on an average, so you've got to be careful of how you manage him.
Here Seals into Shafiq outside the off stump. He's allowing to go through to be taken by the keeper.
Yeah, but in addition to that, you don't want Darren Sammy to lose the power of influence over his charges. So it's a situation that both men have to sit down along with CWI officials and have a profound discussion about how they're going to get together because there's a little problem between both of them, and perhaps the remnants of him walking off the field has caused some situations to magnify with Darren Sammy. So it's about getting together and deciding what should happen.
Yeah, well, here is Seals into Shafiq, and he's pushing this ball out on the offside towards a point. It looks like Kimo Paul there doing the fielding, and there is no run. The end of the over from Jaden Seals. He has now completed 3 overs, 1 for 8. Pakistan at 23 for 1. Azan is on 8. Shafiq is on 4.
Yeah, you look at Jaden Seals, he's working very hard. He's a go-getter. He's very good at improving his game. He obviously wants to continue to improve his game. He's a student of the game. But his hard work out there, Colin Murray, I think people take things for granted. A lot of the pundits talk about what should happen out on the field. Look at him. He's on his hunches, and he's worked very hard. And remember, he's played a couple of wonder games in recent times. The scheduling has been very difficult for the West Indies team.
And from here, Tony, they're going to the CPL. So there's really no rest for the bowlers, no rest for the players in general.
Yeah,
I mean, you talk about Shea Hope.
Yeah.
He goes straight into Ghana Amazon Warriors games.
And that level of intensity is far different from test match cricket.
Yeah.
So there's a fluctuation of intensity. This is about endurance. You're playing test match cricket, and then you're playing one-day cricket, which is in between, and then you have that level of intensity coming. It's hard work, and I think that people generally, fans, take it for granted.
Well, look at this field now. They're trying to put Azan under real pressure because there's a silly mid-on and there's a forward short leg. As this one, he's trying to whip it off the pads. He does make contact, and it goes down to Kemar Roach, who is at a deep backward square leg. So they pick up a single. A little too short, Tony, if you're going to have a silly mid-on, and that silly mid-on is really silly, and a forward short leg. You got to put that ball in that line, in that area where he can't go forward too much because you've got the men there and he can't go back. Here, that was a little too short, and he was able to whip it off the pads. Here is Warrican into Shafiq, and he's coming down the track and getting to the pitch and then just pushing it out to the man at long off in Shamar, and they pick up one more. 25 for 1.
Yeah, when he was getting those wickets in the Pakistanis' first innings, he was ringing the ball a little bit more. You saw a lot more effort. Now, he could be tired too because he bowled a lot in the first innings.
Yeah, he bowled 46 overs.
Yeah, but to me, he should be ringing the ball, and this is good because he wants to get more wickets, and he's been good against the subcontinent teams, especially Pakistan.
He's over the wicket to Azan as he settles, and this time turning, this one pitching, but the line wasn't good. It was outside the line of the leg stump. I'm surprised Azan didn't have a swing at it because it was outside that line of the leg stump, spinning further down the leg side, taken by Hope as Warrican into Azan, and he's whipping this ball off the pads, and it I think it's Django turned his back, and it hit him somewhere as he turned his back, hit him somewhere on his back or behind his thigh, and just ruled out back in front of him on the pitch. As this one, he's backing away, gives himself room, and is hitting it into the vacant extra cover region. They've gone for one. They'll come back for the second, as Seals had to run from a mid-off position to an extra cover, and they picked up 2 runs. 27 for 1. Azan is into double figures now. He's on 11.
Yeah, he's shifting the line because there's some indentation made by the faster bowlers on that end. So he's trying to hit those areas, but the field placing is not suited for that type of delivery.
Well, this one is delivery pitched up a little more and spinning into the left-hander, but you could see him covering up and pushing it out on the onside towards that silly mid-on, and there's no run. So you know it's a hydration break, because here comes Ralphie sprinting to do his sweeping up operations at both ends of the pitch. I had a word with Ralphie this morning. Ralphie says to me, "How you going, Mr. Murray?" I said, "Ralphie, I'm not as good as you, you know." And Ralphie, I wanted to ask Ralphie his age, and I was ashamed, because I think Ralphie's been around here for, oh man, Tony Gray, for the last 50 years.
Yeah, and it's such. You know, we look at these guys and we laugh and we joke sometimes, but that level of dedication obviously is what we want to see in all spheres of life, really. Yeah. He seems to enjoy himself out there.
He loves it. Yeah. He loves it. They have so many stories with Ralphie. Of course, if you're not missing any cricket, because we've done. Ralphie is one of the ground staff here at the Queen's Park. Very popular, Ralphie, because he runs at 100 miles an hour onto the pitch when there's a break, and all he does is sweep both sides of the pitch.
Any awards given to him for his long service?
I'm not sure. I don't know. I've never, but that's a good point, Tony, and I must inquire from the authorities here and ask them if they do.
You're not a part of the executive.
Nope,
no,
I'm
because Kanisha was.
Kanisha, she's laughing.
She was saying
Why is
that.
she laughing?
She's saying that you were part of the
I
authority.
am not.
All right, I just want to make sure.
I am just an ordinary member of the Queen's Park Cricket Club. Like,
used to be secretary, right?
Used to be.
Yeah.
I also was captain. You would remember when I tried my best to make you a better bowler and a better player. You would remember those days.
It worked. It worked.
As Vidya would say, in the old days. You remember that, do you? You were a good boy, actually, you know, Tony.
Good boy.
Yeah, I liked you, you know. You
like me?
Yeah, you were a little miserable.
What did I do?
Well, you know, if things weren't going your way, I think that's normal with fast bowlers. If things not going the way, they complain. Cranky.
Yeah.
Yes, I like that word.
No, it's true. It's
true.
Yeah.
A little cranky. You're not getting enough bounce.
Just think about it, Colin Murray. You're running from so far Jaden Seals and Kemar Roach. I have all the time in the world for Kemar Roach. You got
304 wickets, I tell you. I got 38 years old.
And then the ability to reinvent himself, the ability to dedicate himself to West Indies cricket. He's played a lot of test match cricket.
Right.
He's not looked to go for the bag, as we say. I just think that those qualities is something that you want to talk about consistently to the younger players. So Gary Sobers just departed. He was like that.
Gary Sobers.
20 years of service. And then not just 20 years of service, but obviously trying to keep the legacy going in a positive way by making sure that young players understand the legacy of West Indies cricket. Kanisha Isaac spoke about that last night. She talked about the history and what West Indies cricket has meant to the people. And we have to go into the profound nature of that discussion too, because I don't think that we understand the different benefits that have been derived from West Indies cricket.
Oh yeah. And it's so very true. And you talk about people like the great Sir Garfield Sobers. You know, he was such an inspiration to a lot of young cricketers. And in those days, I suppose you look at sport worldwide wasn't as it is now. You've got so much distractions as a young person. In those days, you had your cricket, you had your football, and you had your different seasons. And, you know, the thing about it, everybody wanted to be like a Gary Sobers. Everybody wanted to be like if you were from Guyana, everybody wanted to be like a Rohan Kanai. And you could go through all the territories, and it was like that. Well, the players are back in position, and we're just about ready to restart here. Jaden Seals is not going to continue because it's Shamar Joseph, has taken up the attack. Not Kemar Roach, let's get it right. Shamar Joseph is into the attack. His first delivery, Shafiq is just playing it out on the offside, and there's no run.
I think it's a good experience for Shamar Joseph because he would have gotten a lot of wickets in test match cricket at a quick pace, really, no pun intended. But to come in this experience now on a slow wicket, a placid wicket, and he's been brought up in Guyana, but not playing a lot of first-class cricket.
Yeah.
Remember that. So this is an ideal situation for him to maintain those lines and lengths and work hard, but he's got a good attitude.
Oh, he certainly does. He gives 100%, doesn't he? As he's into bowl to Shafiq, and Shafiq whips this one off the pads, runs in it here for him because it's going out to a deep square leg position, forward of square. And there was Kemar Roach having to run from a fine leg position, maybe about 15 meters or so to his left, and they're able to pick up 2 runs. Shafiq goes to 7, 29 for 1.
That's a feature of his batting, the ability to pick off the bad deliveries. I mean, he's just a wristy type player, and his concentration levels, you look at it on both innings. Now, he's not played a bad shot as yet, and he spent a lot of time on the pitch yesterday, and I think yesterday, yeah.
Here is Joseph outside the off stump and driven back past the bowler, but I think he's only going to get 1 because a diving stop there. He had to run from mid-off. Is that the skipper?
Yeah, that's
yes.
the skipper.
And Chase had to move from mid-off because this ball was played right back past the bowler. So he had to hustle to his right and then put the dive in, stopped it partially, but the rebound went to Seals, who was at mid-on, and they just got a single. 8 to Shafiq, 30 for 1.
Yeah, I think about 10 meters to his right, Ruston Chase. Excellent example of what you want out there. Talk about the examples of the senior men in this sort of situation. They have to show the examples to the younger players. So keep it professional, and that's a good example from the skipper.
Well, here is Shamar Joseph into Azan, and he's playing it down to a deep point position. They're going to pick up a single. I went outside just now, Tony, while I was not on air. And
obviously.
No, I can go outside while I'm on air as well, you know,
Seriously?
Tony. Yeah, I just have to talk to Smitty, our technical operator, and he will arrange for me. Come on, Smitty.
All right, go ahead.
Smitty does all sorts of magic, you know.
Yeah.
You don't know that. Anyway, and somebody shouted out to me, 75. Remember, there was 70 for 9 in Taruba.
That's right.
I didn't even think of that. He said, we have a chance, we have a chance. I said, okay. I said, I'm glad you feel that optimistic. 31 for 1. So here is Shamar Joseph on his way to Shafiq, and Shafiq is playing that towards mid-on. They go through for a quick single. Jaden Seals I thought he was caught a little bit on his heels there. By the time he realized that they were going through for the single, it was a little bit late, and they got the single. What I like about Shafiq, it's the end of the over, however, 32 for 1. Shafiq is on 9, Azan is on 12. What I like about him, Tony, is the amount of time he seems to have to play the ball, and his calm demeanor. He seems, he just, no, it's not the end of the over, actually. Let's see. Joseph has got another delivery. So, yeah, that's what I love about Shafiq. He looks so, he's pleasing on the eye, isn't he? So here is Joseph with his final delivery. He's going to be bowling to the left-handed Azan. Goes around the wicket and goes past the umpire and bowls. And this time, Azan is in defense, pushing it back up along the track to Joseph. The end of the over, Azan is 12, Shafiq is 9. After 11 overs, it's 32 for 1.
Yeah, you looked at the 5th delivery in that over. It wasn't a bad delivery from Shamar Joseph, but Shafiq is so good at hitting the ball in the middle of the bat. He just gets in perfect position most times. And this is a mark of a good batsman, a guy who's fully informed. And Vidya Ramphal talked about, how he came back into this Pakistan team. And you look at what he has been able to achieve in this game. It makes the selectors feel good about him going to England, because you have to play a test match.
Yeah, it's
3 test
matches in England. Yeah,
and it's not easy conditions, although it have been hot conditions in England.
Tony, I do some investigating for me. You when it comes to investigating, you're pretty good at it. Why?
Thank you.
Why in the Caribbean now we're only getting 2 test matches and not 3? Here is Warwican starting a new over, and Shafiq is sweeping. There's a man at the deep backward square leg position, and they're only going to get 1.
Chandapol.
Yeah, so 33 for 1, and Shafiq is on to 10.
I don't know. I think it's because of the lack of performance of the team.
Yeah,
I mean,
two test matches,
yeah, well,
at
you know,
least three.
and it doesn't help the players there because we need more and more cricket
Yeah.
for them to develop.
I understand there's no test cricket for West Indies until next year, some July or something like that, which is crazy, absolutely madness. But that's the way the itinerary is set up. Warwickon, we see the man at silly mid-on. It's just moving slightly back. Not sure what position that is. A short square leg. As Azan is playing this delivery in front of him. And gives the ball towards that forward short leg.
I've seen a lot of control variation from Jomel Warwickon, and it's subtle too, subtle variation. That was a quick delivery, but no discernible change from his arm at all.
Well, here is Warwickon into Azan, and he's playing it out towards mid-wicket. Kimo Paul has a shy at the non-strikers end, but Shafiq was well in. That's 3 deliveries left in this over. None for 9 so far from Warwickon. He's been very tight as he is in again. And he whips this one too. That went very close to the man at that short square leg. It was in the air for a while, but it was just a little too, it went past him. I think it was a little bit too, hit a little too hard, Tony, for him to take up that, pick up that catch.
Yeah, it's whipping the ball very hard. It was a difficult chance for, it was Amir Django, yeah, it was low down to his right. So a difficult chance, but still a chance.
So we just want to say hello to all our regional listeners as Warwickon is into Shafiq, and that beats him. That's a really good ball. First time I've seen Shafiq really beaten by a delivery. It pitched and it left him, beat the outside edge and went through to the keeper.
Yeah, it's a Jaffa, excellent delivery. Arm ball really, and when it pitched, it spun away from the outside edge of Shafiq's bat. So excellent delivery, and to take an excellent delivery like that to beat the outside edge of the wall.
Well, here's Warwickon into Shafiq, and he's looking to sweep. They're going to go through for a single. They have to hurry as Hope has a shy at the non-strikers end. But in the end, I think they were well in. It's the end of the over 34 for 1. And just let me say hello to all our regional listeners in Nevis, Roseau in Dominica. Then we've got Montserrat is locked on. Guyana, of course. Barbados. Hello to Barbados. I want to go over there, Tony, and take a swim in one of those gorgeous beaches. I may invite you, if depending on if you have the cash or not. And then Virgin Islands. Hello to Virgin Islands, Jamaica.
This guy.
And, Florida. I want to go to Florida as well. Yeah. I want to go all over, Tony.
Yeah, you have the cash.
I don't. I wish I did, Tony. Take a borrow from you.
Why you?
Anyway, we want to say hello to all of these people. Tony Gray, this is our last stint. I want you to say goodbye. Sure. Yeah, after this over. I don't think the game is going to go much beyond lunch. Just got another 40 runs to go. But even if it goes beyond lunch, I think we have done so much, Tony. Here is Joseph into Shafiq. He plays it down to a deep backward square leg, and they pick up. I think we've done so much. We deserve the little time off, don't we? Let Vidya come and talk about the old days.
At our age, yeah.
At our age, especially.
He'd
probably say that.
You're 75, 80.
Yeah, and you're going on 68, 69, At our age, in the old days, let's go and reminisce on the old days while Vidya does some work.
Yeah.
And Kanisha, she wasn't here yesterday.
Excellent. They've been excellent.
You find so?
Yes, Colin, come on.
Okay.
Vidya have done the research.
I thought you were talking about Kanisha.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about Vidya as well?
Vidya, yeah.
Oh, okay. I can hear you. I know you. He's got nothing to offer, Kanisha brought Zabika.
Well, they call it Zabika, but it's really avocados.
Yes. Here is Joseph on his way to the left-handed Azan, and that's going to be 4 runs. He's playing it to open the face of the bat. He got it to the right of the man at the gully, and it went down to the boundary for 4. So it's what now? 40-4-1. 35 runs away, Pakistan, from victory here at the Queen's Park Oval. So I just want to say thank you very much to one and all for the broadcast. I want to say thanks to Smitty. our technical Smitty. Let's not forget Smitty. Smitty has been absolutely
Yeah.
brilliant, hasn't he?
Nice guy.
Yeah. He's been brilliant. I was over by the pavilion with him this morning. He's a very decent type of individual. You know, he stands up there, very. How should I put it? You know,
Don't put it.
Don't. it's Joseph into Azan, and he plays this out to point, and there is no run. Yeah. So
Thanks very much for the keynote address.
Yeah, I just think I want to say goodbye, and it was a wonderful pleasure here working with everybody.
Wonderful pleasure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
even, it reminded me of the old days, when test match cricket was at the Queen's Park Oval, and, huge crowds. We had a nice crowd for the first day, actually, but after the second and third day, it wasn't so great. But the first day's crowd wasn't that bad. But you remember the days, Tony, when 6:30 in the morning,
25,000
crowds
people,
were
yeah.
lining up
And
outside.
then 10,000 people outside.
Yeah, it was absolutely amazing. Here is Joseph round the wicket to the left hand with Azan, and he's pushing this one out to the short point position. No run, score remains 44-1. Azan is on 17. Shafiq is on 12. So it's been nice. It's a nice change from the ODIs and the ODIs and the T20s and things like that. But we got to get back into that T20 mode. Tony Great, CPL is coming up.
Yeah.
So, it's going to be an interesting. Who you reckon? TKR can do it?
Well, you have to wait until you see the couple of games first of all, and then you make an assessment of it.
Yeah, it's going to be Guyana Amazon Warriors. They should be in form, but don't discount the Barbados Tridents, because if they can get to the playoffs, the final is in Kensington, the historic Kensington Oval, the final. Yeah. So who knows?
Guyana has won it once, and they've been a team that is process-oriented, always get into the final and then lose in the final. They've won it once. So they would want to change things and wanted to win it a second time.
And Jamaica is back this year, the Jamaica Kingsmen.
That's good.
No longer the Talawas.
Yeah, I like the fact that, Jamaica has had cricket in recent times, a test match.
Sabina.
On the lights too.
Yeah, it's back in Sabina. Here's Joseph for this final delivery of this over, and Azan is pushing it out on the offside. There is no run. The end of the over. It's the end of the stint here again. Goodbye, one and all. Tony Gray. Tony, why are you shaking your head? I'm leaving. Vidya and Kanisha is going to come on.
Yeah, just a little bit on the cricket after that keynote address from Colin Murray. I just think that Sharma Joseph should be looking to go over the wicket. This is an opportunity to try different things. Just go over the wicket and try to slant the ball. But coming into the left-hander, you're not going to get the ball to move off the seam because it's good batting conditions. We talked a lot, video, about the fluctuation on bounce. We've not seen any ball keep low at all. It's been good.
Not this morning. Good morning to you, Tony, once again. And thank you very much to Colin. I don't know where he's going. He still has about 2 ships to go in the day. First ball of renewal from Warwican is played back to the Barbadian, and he collects it. There's no run.
Yes, I just want to say on behalf of everybody, go ahead.
Your keynote address?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Tony. Kanisha is going to come in. Shafiq coming down the track and plays it out to extra cover. And there's Kimo Paul showing off his football skills. Where was he when Guyana were looking for footballers? And I don't understand, Kanisha, what Colin is talking about, my hair being scanty. I can't imagine that. Next delivery to Shafiq, plays forward, and there's no run. I think I have enough hair to make an 80s rock star jealous.
Listen, animated characters I sit amongst every day. You all are fantastic.
West Indies 40 for 1, and Shafiq is pulling away and cutting this one behind square. Joseph just stalks it like a hunter looking at his prey, and then sends it in. Just one to the total. 17 for Azan and 13 for Abdullah, 41. And we're 13.4 is gone.
Vidya, I'll tell you what, Colin was saying his goodbyes. He did not learn the West Indies anthem to rally round the West Indies. I mean, 34 runs, but he's signing off.
Yeah, David rather is stooping, as we say in Trinidad right now. Here is Warrigan. And he is on. He's back over the wicket now. He's bowling to Azan. Oh, that carry, no, it hasn't. Well, he played it down towards Django just in front of the bat pad man, and I think he just took it on the bounce. There was no hint of an appeal at all, but Oregon almost prized getting rid of Azan.
Oh, and Pakistan said 41 for 1 with 34 runs required for victory. That one just fell short of Amir Jangu. He would have been waiting to scoop up that catch and breathe some more life and turn this twist and have Colin sitting here with us another session.
Well, that, are you sure you want that? Anyway, he's playing this on behind square, and there's 1 run. So the over has come to an end. 18 for Azan, 13 for Abdullah, 42 for 1 at the end of 14. And thank you so much, Kamisha, for those lovely avocados that you brought all the way from Whiteland in central Trinidad.
You all are most welcome. Fantastic team. I mean, I'm not giving a keynote address, but fantastic team I've been able to rub shoulders with for the
Colin
last
has
period.
given a keynote address for everyone.
For everyone.
Already, so you wouldn't need to. Yeah, but it's always fun working with Colin and Tony. You always learn so much from them, and they're always entertaining together. You know, they remind me of those old comedy duos that they used to have, Laurel and Hardy, like those in the days.
You're going back to the old time days. Bring back the old time days? That's what we're saying?
So there's Shamar Joseph. Looks like he is coming in now. 10 overs, or none for 10 actually, of 2 overs. And the counter for over change is, the counter's now going to be reset. Here is Shamar Joseph from the wicket. This one is driven square of the wicket, straight to Chanderpaul, who is just watching it bounce towards him and looking eagerly for the second bounce and accommodating for it well. And there's no run. Of course, when you're fielding square of the wicket, it's the second bounce that does you in, doesn't it?
Yes, certainly the second bounce does you in. So credit to Chanderpaul. Earlier today, he was caught going the wrong way and still recovered. So he's shown, some fielding prowess. I'm not familiar with his ability usually in the field, but it seems that he's very competent.
Well, he could have turned out in goal for the Golden Jaguars, perhaps, with that bit of save that he made earlier. Here is Shamar Joseph on the wicket to Azan, allows that to go through to Hope. He looked back very quickly to see where his off stump was, because that was coming back in towards him, allows it to go. Just 33 runs to go here for Pakistan, and the deluge of wickets that West Indies fans would have been hoping for has not materialized so far. So Pakistan still very much their game to lose.
In cricket, we say 1 often brings 2, and we didn't see that occurring at the fall of the first wicket. However, what I'm saying is Pakistan has batted extremely well and taken, I don't want to say the attack to West Indies, but they've made this look easy.
Yes, Shamar Joseph, and he's bowled them, cuts that onto the stumps. He goes for the single and hasn't realized that the ball has cannoned off the leg stump and gone away to fine leg. Azan bowled here by Shamar Joseph, and the Pakistan lose their second wicket. He's gone bowled for 18.
Can 1 bring 2? Yes, it certainly can. I mean, is it too little too late? There it was. Fantastic delivery, just nipping back in to Azan, and he plays it on. Leg stump bail is clipped as he took off for that single, thinking, I can get a run, not realizing he was bowled.
Yeah, that was interesting. Usually batsmen will hear the death rattle behind him. But I think that time, maybe with the helmet on, it just seemed to clip the leg stump and go away. So he was actually looking for the single, and then realized that Shamar Joseph was steaming past him, celebrating.
Certainly, twists and turns in the game of glorious uncertainties. I mean, Captain Baba Azam comes in with an average of, I think, his 50-odd in his second innings of the test. So I think if we're going off of the statistics, it's unlikely that Pakistan will lose another wicket. West Indies have not been able to dismiss Abdullah previously, and now you have Baba Azam, who is known for scoring at a high clip in the second inning. So I think this is the partnership that takes West Indies out of the game. If West Indies can get a breakthrough or 2 again, then we're certainly seeing Colin back in this commentary booth.
I doubt that, but I think he let us do the final rites very much here. Is this the final rites for the West Indies, though? Aways, just looking back at the replay, Aways cut it, looked to play the cut shot, maybe a little bit lower than he expected, and applause from Ravi Rampal and the West Indies bench as that one cannoned into the stumps. Muted celebration, as you would expect from Shamar Joseph. Usually the West Indies would be celebrating more, but the situation is very dire for them at the moment here. First session of day 4. Just a reminder of things have gone. West Indies resumed earlier today at 103 for 6. Well, it was effectively 103 for 7 because it was learned earlier today that Brandon King would not play any part in the game. But the West Indies subsided very quickly, 3 wickets going down. Shamar Joseph is ready to bowl once again to the new band. That's Babar Azam, the Pakistan captain. Oh, he's playing forward. That one jumped at him and did well to get that one down to mid-wicket. A testing delivery from the Barakara Express to start off.
Barakara Express. I love that one. I'm sure Shamar Joseph will appreciate it as well. He's been bowling at a high clip here today. And, I mean, a bit expensive, but he got the wicket. Expensive in the context of the game. You want to be, like as Jaden Sears started 1 for 1. You would have preferred that would have been the outcome, but at present, he is steaming in. 2 deliveries left to make this a wicket maiden. Could it be a double wicket maiden? Can Shamar Joseph target the stumps?
Well, there's going to be some medical attention for Baba. First ball, he's come in here, and the physio already off. That one just rearing up on him outside the off stump, and I think it pinned the fingers on the right hand. That's the lower hand there on the bat, and yeah, that's very, very painful. You've had a couple of those, I know, as well as a list of other injuries.
A list of other injuries.
A laundry list.
A laundry list.
So I know that he is feeling the pain right now, the Pakistan captain. Wow. Those fingers, yeah, it's the knuckle. I think it's the middle finger of the right hand that's getting the spray right now.
Now, if you're a West Indies fan, you would be hoping that Baba has to retire and have another batsman come in so that it also changes the momentum. But he is knowing that they have lost 8 of the last test matches away. He's going to stay out there. He's going to dig deep, grind out to get this 33 runs and get a victory and square the series up.
Brandon King is sitting just in front of Ravi Rampal, and just looking up, we're seeing Brandon King on the monitor, looking a bit forlorn as you would expect. Heavy strapping on his left thigh, and when he fell yesterday in running out Babar Azam, he stayed on the ground, and as he tried to get up, he was clutching the left side of his back, and I think that's where the spasm started to affect him immediately. He never got back up. They brought on the board, and then they had the stretcher on, and they took him off. It all looked very alarming for, I'm sure, family and friends of Brandon King. Here's Joseph about to continue. 2 balls remaining in the over. He is into Babar Azam, and this one is rising at him again. Baba taking the bottom hand off, but playing it out to extra cover, and there's no run.
I know about that back injury, as you mentioned, the laundry list. I've had a talk in my back as well, so I know precisely how painful that is. And I heard, Colin asking Tony earlier, is there something he could have taken so he could, come out, give a quick fire, and so on. And when that back starts to spasm, it's very difficult. Down to cataflam, which is usually, a cricketer's favorite medication, I would say, because it dulls the pain.
Yes.
Even that doesn't work.
Yeah, that is a powerful medication indeed, and used only, of course, with the direction of the physician. Here is the next delivery from Joseph to Baba, and that is played on the onside. Baba getting to it late, and Shamar Joseph is on his haunches, a big smile on his face, as if he felt that could have gone through the defense. Baba in the first innings gave him a thumbs up after a good ball. There was no thumbs up this time. That's the hand that's hurting at the moment. 42 for 2 at the end of the over. Abdullah 13, Baba yet to score.
Joseph finishes with a wicket maiden in that over, as Abdullah is on 13 of 27, and Pakistan require 33 runs for victory to square up the series. They are sitting 42 for 2 inside 15 overs completed.
Just about 10 minutes to lunch. Let's just run through how things went earlier today. And it was the first man to go earlier today was Roach. Played a naughty shot to his man who was bowled without scoring. Warwick is just about ready to come in. 6 wickets yesterday. He's round the wicket to Shafiq, who's playing that down the track. There's a very short mid-on fielder. That is Kevin Hodge, who has a red rag tied just behind his back. So he collects, there's no run. Here's Warrington again. Shafiq coming down the track, plays it back to the bowler, there's no run. And Warrington was threatening to throw down the stumps. He was racing back to his crease. After Roach, it was then Shamar Joseph. Well, he would have gone. Roach went. Graves was bowled by Ali for 3. Next delivery from Warrington. Forward to it. Back to Hodge, and there's no run. And then Shamar Joseph caught by Rizwan, going for an almighty heave. Caught by Rizwan, bowled Usman for 9. There was no pretense of batting for time at all this morning. Sweep shot coming up from Shafiq, and that is going to go into the mid-wicket boundary for 4. It was very good use of the sweep, taking it from outside of the off stump, and no chance for Chandapal at the backward square leg. Yeah, so that's a wonderful shot there by Shafiq, and even the quality of the shot had usually the loquacious Kanisha Isaac unable to speak.
I was shell-shocked, I would absolutely say that, but there it was, Warrington just too short, and it gave Shafiq the ability to play freely.
Warrington to Shafiq, wide outside the off stump, drives at that powerfully, but it's bouncing out towards the extra cover region, and there's Roach to pick it up. He was looking at it very suspiciously as it came towards him, looking for the spin, and stopped it from getting in there. So that's 1 to Abdullah. He's 18. Baba is going to face up to Warrington for the first time, and Warrington would love to get rid of the Pakistan captain here.
Certainly, 28 runs for victory. Baba is, currently on naught. I think Warrington, left-hander, to the right-handed Baba Azam. This is a very good matchup, and he's early into his innings. So if Warrington can break through these defenses, I think this game is going to be very interesting. Those 28 runs are going to be hard to come by.
4 close-in fieldsmen as Warrington comes in, and Baba using his feet and flicking that through mid-wicket. He's going to pick up at least 2 here. Chandapal is going to slide and pick this one up just in front of the boundary. A couple to Baba, he is off the mark, and the Pakistanis have moved to a run away from 50 at the end of the 16th over. And despite the 4 fielders close in, he was not deterred at all. Came down the track and flicked it away beautifully.
Quality of a consummate professional, and I think Baba Azam, as we all know, is class personified. He's a man who goes about the business end of things, doing what is required for his team. And as we've seen, as it stands right now, yes, they have not been in the right run of form, but with the decisions made earlier, I think it's bearing fruit, and they planted that seed very early on up, only now to start to bear the fruits very quickly. So I think credit all round. I mean, it's not over till the fat lady sings, as they say, but I think as 26 runs, a day left, I think it's going to be crazy.
Just maybe a couple overs remaining to the luncheon interval, and one of the Pakistani supporters holding up a phone with a sign saying Ian Bishop is his favorite commentator. That's great to hear.
I certainly agree. We share the same favorite.
Yes, certainly he's everybody's favorite. And actually, a Barbadian friend of ours, Andy Payne, sent a message saying that he wanted me to give his best regards to Colin Murray, his good friend.
Oh, you're favored all around the region, Colin.
Colin has at least one friend in Barbados. We know for sure now. 49 for 2. Yeah, Andy Payne, a wonderful guy, plays golf and loves his cricket. Was here earlier this year for a Masters tournament, and big fan of Colin Murray. 49 for 2. Here is Shamar Joseph bowling to Shafiq, who is on driving, won't beat the fielder. Seals does well, picks it up with the right hand after a tumble, and they just get 1. So that's the 50 up for Pakistan, and the 50 coming up of 16.2 overs. No need to hurry for Pakistan with just 25 remaining.
But I think you also have to not get into a shell, so I like that the Pakistanis are playing freely and fluently. They're playing each ball in its merit, and manipulating the field positions, and you've seen, a slightly relaxed feel as compared to when Warrington is on. Simply because with 25 runs left in the days, I don't even want to say days play, but left to achieve victory and square the series up, Pakistan you can't ascendancy. They're in the driver's seat.
As there's a bit of a conference here Let's see, the Pakistan, yeah, the Pakistan physio is coming on again, and I wonder if it is in fact Baba who had some problems there with his finger in the last over. It is Babar Azam, and it is that right hand once again. And Babar Azam, who got 88 in the first innings before being brilliantly run out by what we saw from Brandon King. He and Shafiq actually had a couple of very close run-out decisions. Chase was unable to hit the stumps on those occasions, but Brandon King, with a direct hit, was able to get rid of Baba just short of what would have been his first Test 100 in 4 years. And King, unfortunately, has paid the price, suffering from back spasms, playing no further part in the game. He is here at the Oval, by the way.
Prized wicket to get, and I think it also denied Baba the ability to score 100 against West Indies as well, the one that he is missing.
Yeah, certainly, and it is his best score, by the way, against the West Indies. 19 for Abdullah. Yeah, so they had some problems yesterday. Let's see, Babar Azam is going to continue. He's at the striker's end. He's going to be facing up to Joseph, and he really has to steel his mind here, because a couple of deliveries from Shamar Joseph jumped at him in the last over, one hitting his finger. The first one, in fact, he faced. And he will face up now to Joseph now, not the tallest of fast bowlers, but it does get the ball to skid through. He is in now to bowl to the Pakistan captain, and that one kept a little bit low. Baba plays it on the onside. Joseph, as usual, had a bit of a smile on his face as he looked at Baba. Obviously, all of these players, they are staying in the same hotel. They have a good relationship, and a lot of them play franchise cricket. It's not like we talked about the old days when you would only see your opponents every few years, not the level of coverage that you see these days.
And the ability to connect so quickly over things like WhatsApp, social media, and things of that nature, it has really brought together regions, countries, continents, and I think that is what cricket is about, which is why cricket is so revered.
Here is Joseph, and Baba is playing on the onside. That's going to run away for 4. That's an exquisite shot in between mid-wicket and mid-on. It was on the line of the leg stump, pitched up, and just with an economy of motion, flicked it away across the green grass here at the Queen's Park Oval for 4.
21 runs left in this encounter. What are your thoughts, Vidya?
Do you really want to hear them?
No, not yet. I'll hear them closer to the end.
75 is the target for Pakistan, and really it's all about cashing in, really. The West Indies had a lot of starts in their first innings. 344 looked competitive at the start, but when Pakistan got 387, a reevaluation would have shown that they really let Pakistan off the hook in some parts. Next delivery is cut away by Babar Azam. It was a shorter one outside the off stump and went down to the boundary, picked up by Warrican, just one. And the Pakistan captain down to the other end. You have to wonder if it's the last time we'll see Babar Azam in the Caribbean. Certainly we, fans of Test cricket, would hope not. He is one of the delight for the purists, isn't he?
Oh, definitely a delight. In addition to Shea Hope that, we're familiar and known with. Hopefully it is not the last time. I know that West Indies and the Caribbean region generally, we get 2 test matches. And I think that I'm not sure all of the reasons why. Maybe financial constraints. I'm really not sure. But I think a 3-match series where you have a clear winner, you can have a clear winner, is more ideal for the cricket purists.
Here is Shamar Joseph, and Shafiq is playing this one into the gap, just to the right of Gully in between the backward point. He picks up 1, and he's on to 20. West Indies have not been able to crack the code to dismiss Abdullah Shafiq. He has 20 in the second innings and 160 not out in the first. 17 overs gone, 56 for 2, and the target is down to 19. Could this be the last over before lunch?
A man on a mission, and that's credit his enduring spirit, because to be left out of the team, I think all of that period, and that was due to his run of form, he would have had quite a lot of time to think about his game, to think about how to improve, and spend a lot of time doing that, and you're seeing the rewards. The next thing is to be consistent, so you're not left out of the squad, because had Shan Masood been available,
he would have played.
He would have played, and Abdullah Shafiq would not have gotten that opportunity.
And as fate would have it, he was in the Caribbean playing in the Global Super League and getting his chance and taking it very well. doesn't bat at number 3. That's the first time he's actually batted at number 3 for Pakistan. Warrican is in, and Shafiq was looking for, well, Baba was looking, Shafiq, correction, was looking for the single, but Warrican was across it very quickly. Yeah, so batting in that position, there were thoughts that Baba might bat at 3, but they decided to give Shafiq the chance in that position, and he has done so well. Next delivery played back to the bowler, there's no run. 4th highest score for Pakistan in the Caribbean, 160 not out.
What is his usual batting position?
He bats lower down, 5
Lower
or
down
so.
the other
Yeah.
5 or so.
Maybe coming in after Baba is the next delivery, which is played square of the wicket. Shafiq just trots down, has a look at Baba, and the Pakistan captain responds. They've had their problems in the first innings. The 3 run-out chances, the 3rd was accepted by the West Indies.
Yeah, they certainly look scratchy with the running. When it comes to playing their drives, playing the shots, pull shots, etc., they certainly have a grasp on that. But running between the wickets, it's very suspect and an area where they can
18
tighten
remaining.
up on.
Sorry, 18 remaining for Pakistan, and Babar Azam driving this. I think that one went through the legs of Hodge there and stopped in the extra cover region by a smiling Kemo Paul. Don't think Django is smiling very much at all, seeing that one flash past him. Warrican was coming in, but Baba was not quite ready. Now he settles, gets the grip firmly on the bat, tapping away, and oh, he's edged it, and just short of the first slip. Oh, Warrican got that one to turn away from him, and Baba, you know, perhaps a little bit unsettled there, edging that one just short of slip.
As you look at that edge, I'm thinking 100 more runs. 100 more runs, and it certainly would have been a very interesting competition. Jamal Warrican would have been in the game, but with 18 runs left for victory.
Warrican to Azam, and the Pakistan captain drives down to mid-on. There's no run. Chandapal is in the way, and that is the end of the over. End of over number 18. The players are heading off. The bails have now been knocked off the perch of the middle stump, and that is the end of play in the morning session. So 18 runs remaining to win for Pakistan. We will be coming back after lunch. Baba has 7 and Abdullah 27. Pakistan are 57 for 2. Let's run through how things went. Well, the West Indies would have resumed at 103 for 6 earlier today, effectively 103 for 7, Kanisha, because Brandon King was not going to be playing any part after suffering back spasms in running out Babar Azam yesterday. The first to go was Kemar Roach, an awful shot that he played all round one from Usman, and he was bowled without scoring. Then it was Shamar Joseph. Well, actually, it was Justin Graves looked to pull one that kept a little bit low. He was bowled by Ali for 3 and the last man to go. Shamar Joseph caught Rizwan, bowled Usman for 9. Another not great shot, going for a big a heave that would have taken it some way into the British Embassy outside on the streets there. West Indies bowled out for 117. 117 for 9 with King injured. That set Pakistan 75 for victory. And the bowling figures, Muhammad Ali, 11 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 31. Ubaid Shah, 4 overs, no maidens, none for 13. Usman, 19.1 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 39. And Khan, who didn't bowl at all today, Sajid Khan, 12 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 32. Not great reading at all.
Certainly not great reading. And when you think about the benefit of a lead, you saw it in the first innings where West Indies had 29 first innings lead heading into the second innings, and then Shamar Joseph added some fireworks and pyrotechnics, which made the score sort of respectable, and Pakistan were bowled out. We see the reverse happening here, where Pakistan had a lead and West Indies lost 3 wickets before the deficit was even erased. So it put West Indies on the back burner before there was anything deposited into their bank account, or their runs account, I should say, which made it difficult from the jump. So coming at the end, where Pakistan now need just 18 runs to win, I think that West Indies called correctly at the toss, chose the right decision, but did not execute extremely well.
Pakistan chasing 75 for victory. They lost Imam ul Haq. Court Graves bowled Seals for 4. It was 15 for 1 at that point. However, Shafiq and Awais, they carried it to 42 before Awais was bowled by Joseph for 18. Chopped one down to his next stump. So far, Shafiq has remained not out along with Babar Azam. They have taken the score to 57 for 2. Babar on 7 and Abdullah on 21. Just a small total of 18 to go, and that will happen after lunch. Final comment from you before we head off to lunch.
When you come out from lunch, it takes one delivery to get a batsman out. So I'm thinking that West Indies has to come out with this is the last hurrah. I think if they can get a wicket or two before the score gets to single figures, it's going to be an interesting contest. Interesting, but still, Pakistan will win this test match.
Difficult to see a professional outfit, even though Pakistan have had their troubles falling for 8 wickets for 18, but you never know. West Indies will resume at just about 12:40, so we hope that you'll join us in about half an hour's time for more commentary on the second test match between West Indies and Pakistan here at the Queen's Park Oval. Welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval for coverage after lunch on day 4 of the second test match between the West Indies and Pakistan. And I can guarantee you that this is not going to be a long session. Pakistan chasing 75 for victory, need just 18 to win. They're 57 for 2. And the two best batters are at the crease, Babar Azam on 7 and Abdullah Shafiq on 21. I'm Vinny Ramphal alongside Kadisha Isaac, and we're ready to deliver what will most likely be the final rights here. Jaden Seals has the ball in hand, big smile on his face just before he comes in. Game face on now. He's bowling outside the off stump to Shafiq, taken by Hope. Just 18 runs to go, and Pakistan on the verge of squaring the series, Kanisha.
I think this series here showed exactly why both teams are currently sitting where they are. And I mean, I'm beating a dead horse, but ranking the last two teams on the table, we see how even Stevens this game is.
Yeah, it certainly has been even. What has tilted the balance in these two matches certainly been the injuries. Masood's injury in Taruba unsettled Pakistan. They were bowled out cheaply, chasing 211. And here the West Indies affected by injuries to Brandon King and, of course, to Graves. This one is hitting straight back, and that's hitting the middle of the middle stump at the non-striker's end, so no run resulting. But a lovely shot by Abdullah Shafiq. That really should have gone away for 4, but hitting the stumps. Seals didn't get a touch, and it went, well, Babar Azam survives.
And good awareness by Jamal Warkan. He shied at the striker's end because he was just dancing out of his crease. Unfortunately, he got back in very quickly. Yes. But I think that was very good awareness, at least one thing to look forward to. You have to look, when the game is in this context, you have to really find something to hold on to.
Yeah, Seals into Shafiq, and this is striking him on the pad, going down leg side. Stifled appeal from Hope, none from Seals significantly, and the umpire is unmoved anyway. So that's the ball, and just looking at that, was there a touch by Jaden Seals at the previous ball? No, there wasn't. Actually, Baba would have been out if he had touched it, because he was not able to get back into his crease in time.
Second time he would have been run out while batting with Abdullah Shafiq in the same test match. That would have been.
He'd be wary of maybe dropping down to 6 to avoid him in the batting order next time round. But Shafiq certainly has, you feel, cemented a spot in this Pakistan team with that 160 plus the 121. Next delivery keeps low, plays it back past Seals, and there is no run. And the sun has briefly left us here at the Queen's Park Oval. It's nice and cool at the moment. A couple of pigeons flying away. Those ever-present lapwings, we saw them earlier today, the southern lapwing. Thankfully, it hasn't been chasing down any of the West Indian fields, but it took a liking to a couple of the Pakistani fielders yesterday. It was chasing Ubaid Shah, and even had a pick at Babar Azam yesterday.
Quite a lot happened in my absence. Quite a lot of stories to tell.
A lot of birds around here. Here's Seals. And Shafiq is cutting at this one, just guiding it down to third man, fielded by Warrican. Just going to be 1 to the total. The target is down to 17.
I'm not saying that, never say die West Indian spirit that I've come to know and love, at least from the West Indians that I have had the pleasure of seeing. I know we speak about the old days and so forth. Old days for me is Shivnarine Chandapal and the likes of Brian Lara, Chris Gayle. Those are the old days for me. So when we talk about
just grown 10 grey hairs, as you said every word there. Well, Seals, you'll continue after this. Here's Seals on his way now to bowl to Babar Azam. Kept a little bit low, did enough to keep it out, and there is no run. That's going to end off the over. At the end of it, Seals' his figures 1 for 9, Babar is 7, Abdullah 22, Pakistan 58 for 2. They need 17.
As a matter of fact, Coach Darren Sammy is old days for me as well.
Wow.
Like, so when
there goes your invitation to the Darren Sammy Christmas party.
So when we talk about that fighting spirit and so forth, I would have seen several YouTube videos. Thankfully I had the ability to be coached by the great Sir Kudley Ambrose and Courtney Walsh during that West Indies stint that I would have had, and their fighting spirit, they have a never say die spirit, and I'm just saying that I'm not seeing that with this current crop of West Indians. It's almost as they have given up the chase, given up, just lay down and play dead, because they've come out of lunch no energy. They've started the day with no energy, and we saw it from the fall of the wickets, tumbling, and now it's translating into the bowling.
Well, West Indies were hoping to win their first test series over Pakistan in 26 years. That's not going to happen. Next run is squeezed square of the wicket off the bat of Abdullah. And Pakistan have moved up to 59 for 2. Abdullah up to 23. And that is the situation here with Warrican on. 5 balls remaining. It's only a matter of time now here. And where did it all go wrong for you? Looking back at the test match, was it the second day when Pakistan got away to that 183 partnership, or would you say it's the third day? Is that where it went wrong? Here's Warrican round the wicket. Nicely played through the mid-wicket region. This could run away for 4. Chandapal is after it. It is slowing up a little bit, but it's going to get there. That's 4 more runs. Good-looking runs for the Pakistan captain. He's into double figures on 11, and the Pakistani supporters are dancing away in the stands at the moment. 12 runs to win.
As Baba Azam whips that through the mid-wicket region, I'll tell you, for me, it went wrong on day 1.
Day 1.
You're asking day 2 or 3, day 1. When we saw the team that was selected, I felt like we were a bit short as a West Indies unit in terms of our bowling attack. And I mean spin bowling in relation to the conditions that we're coming up to face. And I think that when you see what Pakistan had done, they understood the conditions well. They took the beat down that they got at Brian Lara, and they came, they reset, vitalized, and here you see the product of that.
Yeah, Warrican coming down the track is Babur. Plays it back to the bowler, and there's no run. He had a shy at the stumps, but straight into the gloves of Hope. A misreading of the conditions. Perhaps is that what you're saying, that the West Indies really did not get everything right, get their ducks in line for this one? As Warrican, forward to it is Babur, and there's no run.
Yes, they did not get the think tank. Certainly was a bit empty, I would say, when I looked at some of the selections. Some of them were questionable. We know the tiredness of Roach. We saw, you know, the likes. I mentioned the likes of De Silva coming into the side. Of course, it meant you had to sacrifice somebody, but it's been a rough day.
Warrican to Baba beats him outside the off stump. Warrican has been brilliant in this game. No wickets so far, but 6 in the earlier innings. And the Pakistanis have played him with extra caution in this short second innings.
And even if we think about Warrican's 6 wickets, I think, yes, moments in the game changes. The run-out changes the complexity, but he's not penetrative as you would expect.
Yeah, gets it. At the end, he certainly would. He would argue with you that he certainly was in getting rid of the Pakistan team. The overs come to an end. 5 runs in it. Warrican none for 26. Abdullah 23, and Pakistan have closed to 63 for 2. Just 12 runs remaining.
The figures show one thing, the scorecard shows one thing, but being here, seeing what actually transpired throughout the game, we all know that the moment that Warrican got the opportunity, and of course it is taking your chances, he did, but I think it's the likes of that run out that turned the game on its head, and then he saw the incline. For me, as a bowler, as the only bowler chosen for a spin condition, you are supposed to be the chief destroyer, and that's just my, you know, sort of criticism, I would say. Yes, he's gotten 6 wickets, credit to him, but it's the how, and fortunately for him, the scorecard does not tell that story.
Yes, Seals over the wicket, and Shafiq playing this out to gully, and there's no run. So it's a case of the words of the British Prime Minister, Benjamin Disraeli: lies, damned lies, and statistics.
Thank you for that. I'm going to use that. I'm going to use that after. You once told me something when I very first met you.
Yes.
You said
I said something
correct
intelligent.
Me.
Okay.
You did.
Let's write that down.
Correct me if I'm wrong. The dullest ink is sharper than the sharpest memory.
Yes, that's right.
Right. And that stuck with
down.
me. That stuck with me. Write everything down.
And I'm sure you wrote it down. That's why you remember it. Yes, it Seals now into bowl to Shafiq. And a lot to write down for the West Indies here. A lot of notes to take, lessons to be learned after this particular game. Perhaps the misreading of the conditions. The West Indies are always reluctant to play more than one spinner, and that certainly has hurt them here. Certainly Bishop a case has been made for him to have played in this particular match, and maybe in place of Roach, who, you know, despite how great he's done over the years, he really looked a little leggy in this game.
And could this be the last test match for Kemar Roach for the West Indies?
I don't think so, but he certainly has a lot to offer. Next delivery is played off the hip straight to mid-wicket, and the man in question is picking it up. Kemar Roach, as we say in Trinidad, when you talk about somebody in their peer, he will live long. And maybe his career is going to be living long either.
And West Indies will certainly appreciate that. He has given quite a lot of service to the West Indies cricket board and West Indian fans at large. So credit to Kemar Roach. I mean, when we look ahead and we see that West Indies' next test match is a one-off test match against Afghanistan in 2027, it really is a long layoff. So he has time to recover.
Certainly a long time indeed. Next delivery, Shafiq is forward to it, plays it out to extra cover where Chandapal picks up, and there is no run. 12 runs remaining. Pakistan taking their time to go about this. And yeah, so a lot of discussion about the performance. And yeah, yesterday you were talking about the talk show you were on, where the Barbadian fans were livid in terms of their criticism. One of our colleagues said earlier today that if there are 282,000 people in Barbados, there are 290,000 cricket analysts. Here's the next delivery from Seals, plays it back to the bowler. There's no run, Shafiq. Yeah, Barbadians are very passionate about their cricket, as with many of the countries in the West Indies.
Correct.
And certainly the fans have every right to voice their concerns.
When you think of the greats that came, I mean, rest in peace, Sir Gary Sobers. When you think about Sir Frank Worrell, and you think of the likes of the Barbadian greats throughout the years, and you see the likes of one of West Indies' best player right now is Shea Hope, captain in, white ball format. I think it speaks to why there are so many cricket analysts.
Next ball is true. Shafiq, who just sort of played inside the line, taken by Hope. End of the over. 21 overs, and Pakistan scoring at exactly 3 and over. They are 63 for 2. Babar is 11 and Abdullah is 23. Both of these batters will be content to come not out in this one. Seals finishes another maiden, 1 for 9 his figures after 5. It's all gone very quiet here at the Queen's Park Oval. The Pakistan fans, though, they're really enjoying themselves at the Oval. They're making all sorts of noise in the Caribbean stand.
This is how you use conditions to your advantage. And you would think that West Indies, who is the home team, would have known, I would say, better. But Pakistan has adapted, and that is what happened. You were punched in the mouth at Brian Lara. You responded at Queen's Park Oval.
There is the next delivery from Warrington. Baba is coming down the track, thought about the single, but Hope was trying to con him into going for the run. He doesn't, and they stay at 63 for 2. And we talked about where things went wrong for the West Indies, and the way I'm seeing Kaveem Hodge rotate his arms, I think he's going to be coming on soon. There's Warrington, and that one is played. Baba just seems to be in two minds as he plays it back to the bowler. There's no run. I think the West Indies have given up the ghost here. The white flag has been unfurled. Baba is driving this one straight against Amir Jangu, and it almost rebounds to Hope to effect a run out. Baba gets back in time.
Quick work by Baba Azam, but that would have been a colossal mistake. Not on his part. It would have been an unfortunate series of events, I should say.
Yeah, so he is back. The sun is starting to heat up once again. It was very, very hot. Everyone outside was steaming. That one striking him on the pad. Is he out here? The umpire says not out. Warrington was convinced, but that one may be going down the leg side. That was the arm ball. Didn't pick it.
Certainly going down leg. Nothing to lose. Review it. Waste of a review. It absolutely was going down leg.
Warrington is round the wicket. Baba is coming down the track and playing a defensive shot. Back to the bowler, and there's no run. A little bit of excitement here. And during at the beginning of play, I understand that a plaque was given to Ralphie, the groundsman, who we've been talking about all the way through this match. He's very entertaining, comes on, he races onto the field ahead of all the guys who are the groundsmen. Some of them are in their 20s, and he's out-sprinting them by a long way. Here's Warrington. Baba is playing on the onside and will not get a single over. Has come to an end. The second maiden for the West Indies here. None for 26 Warrington. Baba is 11 and Abdullah 23. And he got a plaque. Ralphie got a plaque of appreciation from the Queen's Park Cricket Club earlier today.
Ralphie has done yeoman service, and possibly because we were talking about that between Colin and Tony, they had a wonderful time, speaking about it. And I was saying, you know, maybe Colin could influence something. So maybe he made a phone call or two, but I doubt. I think that was in the works before. And credit to the Queen's Park Cricket Club for honoring a man who has dedicated his life and service to cricket. Ralphie is a legend.
He's 65 actually. I was speaking to him this morning, and he's a retiree, and he's still looking pretty great in terms of his speed. Running has been part of his life, and just the way he sprints on. And we were mentioning how when he sprinted onto the field, the Pakistanis were playing their part. They lined up like rugby players trying to tackle him as he came on. Here's Hodge on now. As predicted, this one is played behind square by Shafiq. And Shamar Joseph is just jogging in to prevent them going for 2. 64 for 2. Abdullah is on 24, Baba is on 11, and it's 11 to go.
If you think of anything, I think Tony mentioned it well. To have that level of dedication in all spheres of your life, I think that Ralphie is the type of person you should mimic.
Yeah, definitely. Here's the next delivery, which is Baba is playing on the onside. Django had a shy at the stumps. Baba was getting his foot down very quickly. Doubtful if he would have gotten him a run out there. 64 for 2. Here is the next delivery, and Baba is coming down. He's on driving, nicely taken by Hodge with the right hand. He's left-handed, and he picked that one rather nicely. 64 for 2. And the game, well, the sun's starting to come back out. The Queen's Park Cricket Club also gave plaques to Jaden Seals, and it came out Roach when they at the first day. Next delivery played on the onside. There's no run. Roach for his 300 wickets, and Seals for his 100 wickets, which happened earlier this season.
Having those mementos to hang in your house to show your career, I think it is credible.
Here's Hodge to Baba, full delivery, which he's just squeezing out towards cover, and there's no run. Yeah, so the sequence of 2 maidens broken by the single of the first delivery. Pakistan taking their time of it. Several of the Pakistani players have their shoes off. They know that the ghost is gone. Turned behind square by Baba for 1. Abdullah will be back on strike. Baba is on 12, and the overs come to an end. 65 for 2, just 2 off the over, and 10 runs needed.
Baba Azam is 12 off of 27 deliveries, and Abdullah Shafiq 24 off of 51. Pakistan are currently 65 for 2, chasing 75 runs set by the West Indies in the second innings for victory. They need a further 10 runs to complete victory and square the series up 1 apiece.
Oregon is going to bowl the next over. Pakistan's happiest hunting ground here in the Caribbean is the Queen's Park Oval. If they do get the 10 runs, which they will pretty soon, I'm sure, this will be their 3rd victory of their what would be their 9th wins in the West Indies. They triumphed here in 1958, an innings and a run, and in 1977 by 266. They enjoy playing here at the Queen's Park Oval. That was striking Bauer on the pad there, appealing for an LBW decision. He was down the crease, maybe getting outside of the off stump. Are they going to review? Well, they're asking Ruston Chase, and Chase says, why don't we do it? There's nothing much to lose here. All we can do is just spoil Baba's figures at the moment. He's on 12. The review has been taken, and Baba not looking too unhappy with anything. He has a smile on his face. He and Shafiq, who are remarkably, their techniques look so much alike in terms of the easy way in which they play those cover drives. They're standing in the middle. Your first impression, was that out?
I'll tell you what, I was looking at Captain Ruston Chase, because immediately Shea Hope is signaling, saying, you know, take the review. And I did not have a chance to see, so let me look at the replay.
Well, it does seem to have hit him maybe in line, but he had taken a couple of steps down. Was there any bat involved? Well, it's pad first. Bat and pad close to each other, but clearly from the replay, hitting the pad first. And was that in line? Let's see what the ball tracking says. Well, it's not, the original decision was not out. It is hitting and pitching outside the off stump, but the impact, it's umpire's call. So Baba is going to stay put here. 2 reds, but you need 3.
And Pakistan still needs 10 runs for victory.
Well, the umpire, that's Jayaraman Madana Gopal, his decision has been proven to be correct. That's a man from India, former first-class player. Having a little bit of a discussion with Ruston Chase now. Not sure what it is about, but Chase is, you know, he's putting up 3 fingers and then 1. And let's see, Babar Azam, that hit him just on the line. Was that gonna? Well, it was gonna hit the top of the stumps. Jaden Seals put his hand on his head to show his frustration. Pakistan 65 for 2. Oh, that is pulled away for 6. Into the stands. And Babar Azam, to add insult to injury, he has smashed that. He's latched onto that. And the Pakistanis in the crowd are celebrating for all they're worth. It's 71 for 2, 4 remaining. 1 hit away.
Insult to injury, salt in the wound. Short and angling away. And Baba Azam says, thank you very much. Played through the line. 6 glorious runs. Pakistan needs just 4 runs for victory. And no wonder Colin said he would not be back on there. No wonder he gave his keynote speech.
Well, given being a consummate professional, he did call during the luncheon break to make sure that we were okay and we didn't need him. Baba is coming down. He's lifted that. And that will go for 6 runs again. That is it. Pakistan have won this match. Babar Azam, a couple of big hits to end it off. Pakistan have come to Port of Spain and they found the answers they were lacking. From the rubble of the first test, from all the questions, the doubts and the pressure, they have risen. Abdullah Shafiq has given them the mountain. Babar Azam gave them belief. Sajid Khan and Ali Usman have turned the key in the door and Pakistan have walked through. They win. The series is level. The wounded have risen and the tourists have fought back here at the Queen's Park Oval.
What a way, what a way, what a way to victory. 2 consecutive sixes off of Jamel Warrican, and Baba Azam looked like the consummate professional. He's class personified. Exceptional way to make a statement without saying a word.
That's right. Let us back do the talking. And, well, the players are meeting in the middle. They're shaking hands. It's all very friendly in the middle at the moment here. The game has come to an end after that review of Baba's wicket. He decided he's had enough. He hit the next one over mid-wicket for 6 and then came down the track and hit the next one over long off for a wonderful 6. He was on the 24. He and Abdullah end up on 24 not out. Pakistan 77 for 2. They win by 8 wickets and level the series.
What a saying, let sleeping dogs lie. So when they went for that review, Baba said, no, not today. And he certainly responded and answered extremely well. Pakistan win by 8 wickets. The 2-match series has been drawn at the Queen's Park Oval.
Well, the West Indies resumed earlier today at 103 for 6, and the 3 wickets to fall came very quickly. With Brandon King absent hurt, the first man to go was Kemar Roach bowled. Very injudicious shot to Ali Usman. He went for 0. Then after that, Justin Graves played a pull shot. The ball squatted on him and he was bowled by Ali for 3. And Shamar Joseph trying to play an expansive drive. He was caught by Rizwan of Usman for 9. West Indies bowled out for 117 with Brandon King injured and of course setting Pakistan 75 to win. The bowling figures: Muhammad Ali 11 overs 2 maidens 1 for 31. Ubaid Shah 4 overs no maidens done for 13. Ali Usman 19.1 overs 4 maidens 4 for 39. And Sajid Khan, the star of the show yesterday, 12 overs 2 maidens 4 for 32. Well, with 75 to chase, it was just a matter of time, Kanisha.
Certainly a matter of time, and West Indies did themselves no favors this morning by, outing cheaply and not putting up a resistance very early on up. We saw the distance between the 2 wickets. It took very long for the second wicket to fall, and after that, Baba Azam and Abdullah Shafiq just decided they're going to eke the runs away. They were helped by some of the indisciplined bowling from the West Indies bowlers. And curtains.
Yeah, it certainly is. Pakistan lost Imam ul Haq first. He was caught by Graves of Seals for 9. Hassan Awais played on by Joseph for 18. After that, Abdullah Shafiq and Babar Azam came together and they knocked off the remaining runs. Baba and Abdullah on 24 not out each. As for the bowling of the West Indies, Kemar Roach 2 overs, none for 11. Jomal Warrican 11.3 overs, 4 maidens, none for 38. Jaden Seals 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 9. Shamar Joseph 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 17. Kevin Hodge just a 1 over for 2 runs to end off things here. So Pakistan squared the series and their proud record of not losing to the West Indies in 26 years, that still stands.
And that is wonderful if you're a Pakistani fan, because it means that you're going to have to wait quite long. West Indies is going to have to wait quite long. Hopefully not another 26 years. You should have a test series or two coming up in the next test cycle. But I think it is West Indies had the opportunity of a lifetime and they squandered it by some of their selections very early on up for this test, knowing the conditions that they were going to face.
Your vote for player of the match?
Abdullah Shafiq.
Yes, I don't think there's any doubt about that. Abdullah Shafiq, 160 not out and also 25 not out. Spare a thought for Khan, who took 4 for 32 in the second innings, and he also had 4 wickets in the first innings, 4 for 85. He took 8, but unfortunately, I'm sure he will lose out to Abdullah Shafiq here. So that is how it's ended. Your final comment before we close up, Kanisha?
I think this was a testament of good cricket between two teams that are ranked pretty low on the test tables. And when I say that, it's that you see exactly why they are where they are. But credit to Pakistan's think tank in their selections for this particular test match. I think we lost the mark as a West Indies unit to ensure that we got the likes of Joshua Bishop in and probably rest Kemar Roach so that West Indies could have won the series for the first time in 26 years. Excellent 2-test series. Hopefully we can see more in the future, but credit to everybody who had a part to play. All of the players out there. I know nobody goes out to do less than their best, but credit to everybody who went out and who played a part, and all of the viewing and listening public. We appreciate you.
Yeah, definitely. And certainly, Kanisha, it's been a great working alongside you, and hope we do get the opportunity to work together again soon.
Definitely, Video. The man with the golden voice.
Yes, never tire of hearing that. Right. So anyway, thank you very much, Kanisha, and also thanks to Colin Murray, Tony Gray, and Jared Basso for their wonderful work during the time here. And also special thanks to our technical operator, Joel Smitty Thompson, who tell you what, if he twirls his mustache up, he's going to look like Sajid Khan. Yeah, he does look a little bit like Sajid Khan. I was wondering all the way through it. And also thanks to our engineer, Jude Ramdeen, for his work in setting up. And he is the man who has a little bit of work to do afterwards. Thank you so much for being with us here for this broadcast here in Trinidad. And it is the situation where the series is level. The wounded Pakistanis have roared back and struck back 2 tests, 1 victory apiece. The Queen's Park Oval has witnessed a contest that refused to yield. Pakistan will leave Trinidad not as the team that arrived here beaten, but that's the team that leaves there with their pride restored. As for the West Indies, a lot of questions still to answer, and the chance to end a 26-year wait has gone a-begging. When will be the next time that West Indies beat Pakistan in a series? Well, thank you so much for joining us here at the Queen's Park Oval. On behalf of the rest of the crew, I'm Vidya Ramphal saying goodbye for now.